Once called Melanites behind cage doors. In front the idiot box, drinking calls, watching sports. At the picnic, first in line for war. Can't find your mind, some say that it's lost. Moral science says divine souls got lost, abandoned. Love is for ammo, peace is the cannon. Truth is the ayahuasca talking through the shaman. Freedom is the freedom, justice I must get. Tears fall like those shot with the paper musket. The ruckus I bring, but this ain't Wu-Tang. Hold you accountable, shimmer time takes you cool hands. Sent up the frankincense from Sudan. The elder and the God Moses with the long band. Rainbow flag rapping through the loop toucan. Same company got cola and toucan. Different labels, you navigating hell is your label. Makes your moves. Watch the God is not able. My property now the right from the archive table. Ex-knights now sheep from the round table. Ancients return to reclaim and learn how to not to succumb to the combustion burn. Astral projection, as above, so below. So you know all the cosmos are reflected. Yo bro, laws of nature, make the sun hate you. Hybrid cockozoid, I'm all pro but not rapanoid. My deep mom, make devils on T-Bob. Don't get my Islam twisted with jihad. Don't get the Muslim mixed up with Muslims. Don't mistake the movie force for hoodlums. We give them back his time and his story. Taking my story, creating a his story. That's what did it. It's not called Satanism. Men thinking they're wise, but they lack wisdom. Need I say more? In my proper person. I got judges tearing up the bonds in person. I serve Lord and Master. In those guns, let God be world and blast you. No need for tabs. We got the best rituals. Never roll down the steps like an Aztec heads. I serve Lord and Master. Let no guns, let God be world and blast you. No need for tabs. We got the best rituals. Make them roll down steps like Aztec heads. More say they ready for consciousness. I doubt it. Application is the path, but some without it. The most I can say is, we'll see about it. Mother Nature sets fires and they can't out it. They take oaths, I know the truth, but they can't shout it. I plant the seed in your mind like the highest mountain. Just like Jack Steve's all a saga sense, you see it. Empty ashtray, hiding from the loose Kente. But we'll be in on the champion, calling the Rishas. All hailing goddess of the land, all the healers, needles. Red, black, green candles, golden flame. Make you think so much and end up with a swollen brain. Cause even she can see that he didn't create her. The point creation is the only creator. I self-love the master. My son now got my birthright to time. Run down to a cover. Around me, Republic, X-Alpha, or David Stark. Shooting at your squadron. Illuminate my higher self, see from afar. I'm so against jail, I can't rhyme with bars. I self-love the master. No guns, let God be over blast you. No need for tabs, we got the best. Rituals make them roll down the steps like an Aztec heads. I self-love the master. No guns, let God be over blast you. No need for tabs, we got the best. Rituals make them roll down the steps like Aztec heads. 5 on the left, 2 on the right.
Islam, peace and love for everyone on the platform. Welcome to another strong of the more or less is their color of law. Rise up to everyone in the listening. Peace and love to everyone in the listening. Rise up, Brother Kojo.
Peace, Moor.
Yes, we're here another strong.
Yep, one more. Here we are. Give thanks.
The struggle goes on. Let's make our roll call to always here. Rise up and give thanks. Rise up to my brother Noble Joseph. Rise up, Denzel Francis. Definitely one of the fans. Rise up to our brother Noble Adam Bay, always here with us. Rise up to Ija Simon Bay. Rise up, Brother Empress Renee. Rise up to D Moore, James Cody Bay. Rise up and rise up. Quetta J. Rise up to you, Empress. Beautiful show. Locked in this morning with your sister always. trying to raise the vibration of our people. Peace and love to you, Chris. Yes, Brother Kujo. The struggle continues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this was it. I didn't really have so much of a topic because I think we've put enough information right now where I want our people to kind of engage. I hope we can get a lot of questions from people what they really want to talk about, because I'm seeing right now where we're going. We don't want to be kind of seen as what they call it, dictators, but for people to kind of engage and give us, their take on what's going on. As you can see, the program that we're doing on the radio,
Yeah.
everybody got their own issues. So it'd be wonderful if you could hear what the listeners, so far what they think, and just give us their views and how we can make this more effective for people to change what's going on. But definitely would love to have more involvement with all who's listening, especially this John. What's their view? What if I'm done? We got a message here. Let's take this message from our brother Noble Adam and then get into some discussion. Peace and love to you, brother.
Islam. Yeah, I went for a walk too. And I'm here early in the morning. Rise up. Islam to the Moors on the platform. Islam to the Moors watching on YouTube, because more like it's going over here. So peace and blessings, and let's get it on.
Rise up, brother. I just want to say for the record, our brother Sheldon has an accident right now, and I'm sure you know of his brand Sakina Moor. Follow brother Sheldon. If you follow brother Sheldon, you can follow him on Instagram. And, he's got this footwear that he's launching. He's having a 50% sale at the moment as a result of he's been injured, so he's not going to be able to work. He's had an injury on his foot. So if anyone could support his foot line, it'd be very appreciative, because he needs that finance right now to do surgery and everything. So
50% off.
Yeah, that's very beautiful, and it's handmade trainers. You won't get that quality nowhere. So definitely have a follow. Look at Brother Sheldon and follow him on Instagram and get some information. I'm trying to upload this information on the chat before we go, just for everyone to know where to find him. So peace and love. Brother Kuja probably have a more accurate information on how to find Brother Sheldon. I don't know if you know his exact. Is that his name on Insta?
Well, best thing to do is just go to the site, sakinamore.com, SAKINAMOUR, sakinamore.com, and also at sakinamore on Instagram.
That's right. So definitely support our brother there. Peace and love. Right, Brother Kujo. Well, been a good strong. We had that show with the brother this strong. He was talking about the situation that's going on with our young people going back to school this September, where they're trying to force the vaccine onto them.
Mm-hmm.
We went into the National United Nations Declaration for the Rights of the Child. We kind of break that down in that show, and I'm seeing this. I think I don't know if I would call it, maybe it's a scary tactic where they're saying more people that haven't been vaccinated is dying by vaccination now, by COVID. And I know that's a myth that they're putting out. So there's so much show on the platform. I'm serious that people talking about that people that's not been vaccinated are more percentage of them are dying. Because the media is perpetrating that. But we want our people to know that all this thing that's going on, they're never going to stop doing it. So until they really kind of declare and come onto your suffering and protect yourself, then they're going to be able to subject you to all these type of situations.
That's why we keep talking about that. You don't have an option. It's either you're going to be a national like everybody else on the planet, or you're going to be a ward. Those are your options. There's no in-between options. You're either going to be on the side of you have a nationality, you have a heritage, you have a history, you're known throughout the world by all the people, or you're going to be a slave to somebody else. And our people have taken the position of be a slave to somebody else. For generations, they took that position of be somebody else's slave. Even with the odds stacked against them in that position, they still go do that, which is why we lean towards that these people did witchcraft on our people. There's no way that people who are competent could make the decisions that we see our people making.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. It's more greater than that, Brother Kojo. You know what I mean? Even me myself seeing it, you know what I mean? So much even on the platform, on the radio, that's what I'm saying. It's more divine than it's not a normal. They can't just see. I think they're probably blocked it out in a way. And that's another channel where the mothers, you know what I mean, rise up to the matriarchs. They're doing these groups, you know, trying to rise a vibration in their own groups. And I think, you know, in time it will kind of repeat, but there's something that needs to break the spell on a spiritual, divine connection, because obviously if we're looking at our people and telling them that they're not black and they can look in the mirror and see that they're not black and they still call themselves black, then it's something really wrong with the psychic. So I think it's the spiritual, divine mission now. I think we're looking at more than just physical. I don't know.
But even on that, even on that level, we can talk all the metaphysics and all that stuff that we want, which is also divine, which is what we were talking about the other day on YouTube. That what has the metaphysical, esoteric, occult people done to stop all this madness going on? They should be the strongest people out here if they know all this magic and they know all these ancestors and all this. If they know all the ancestors by name, if they know all the ancestors by planet, if they know all the ancestors by every plant and every breeze that blow is Garvey coming again and all this, then how come this stuff how come we're still in the same situation or worse? Obviously, the metaphysics stuff isn't working. Why isn't it working? Because you even need a nationality for that to work.
Yes.
The magic's not going to work if you're just a Negro doing magic. You're not doing anything. You're just rubbing crystals. What are you doing? What are you doing? Everybody's talking about, oh yeah, I got a crystal, charge a crystal, and then now this is the wand and all that stuff, and then they're pointing at that stuff and it's not doing nothing. When I watch Harry Potter, when they point the wand at something, it does something.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's when I watch all these shows, when they draw the pentagram on the ground and stuff happens. Cups start floating and all this type of stuff. So what's going on? Or is this another illusion? But we know that it's not illusion, because when we study the history of the Moors, you realize that the Moors were the alchemists, and they were turning lead into gold. When you talk about the Moors, you're talking about a spiritual, mystical discipline. But that's only the Moors, because remember, everybody else was whatever else they were. Remember, the Moors were the high priests. The high priests were the seers. The high priests were the occultists. The high priests were the ones who were doing the magic and all that. Not the pharaohs and not the kings and queens of Egypt and all of them. They weren't doing no magic or anything like that. They were no different than dumb nigger. They were supposed to be a high priest too. This is why Drew Ali said that this is divine and national.
Yeah, both.
It's divine for a reason. It's national for a reason. It's both for a reason. You can't have one and claim that you're somebody.
Yeah. You can't see you're a divine person, you don't got nationality. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't work. Ask anybody else. Anybody else who is in the realm of divinity and their divinity is working, bet you they have a nationality.
Yeah.
Bet you.
We can see that.
Not even nothing to question. I guarantee you that the Buddhist monks, they got a nationality. Guarantee you if we talk to Shiva, Vidyapati, Hanuman, bet you they all have a nationality. Bet you if we go and talk to all the Aleister Crowley and Madame Blavatsky and all these Europeans who were into occult and all that stuff, bet you they have a nationality. But then our people, they just want to, they think, oh, because they can beat the drum, they're calling the ancestors. No, you're not. You're just beating a drum. You're no different than using a fork.
Yeah. Wow. We definitely need to get to that point, Kojo, where our people realize, you know what I mean, the importance and this even first step that we're talking about, you know what I mean, our people not even open up their kundalini to even taking it in.
Yeah.
As you said, the third principle in the Declaration for the Rights of a Child, which we enforced the other day, that a child shall be entitled from birth to a name and a nationality.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what is in the United Nations Declaration of the Child, of the Rights of a Child. That's something that's there, and it's like for us to see that into our documents where we're living a time where this is right in front of our face, and you know we're not even taking a moment to look at this. It's really something. Rise up, Empress. Peace and love to you. Welcome to the platform.
Islam, greetings. What's going on?
Everything's peaceful.
Islam, Cujo, how you doing?
Everything's peaceful, Moor. How you doing?
Good.
I would love if you could shine some of your divine message to what we're talking about and people listening.
Well, I just saw the the notification because I'm new to the platform, but I've known Cujo for about 6-7 years. But this is Khalifa. I heard you guys talking about education and what's going on with the students, and so that's kind of like my profession. And so it's in the United States, particularly in our school, what we call the LEA, Local Education Association. There's the undercurrent. And so for years, there's a thing, if you go to the jurisdiction where I facilitate learning, parents and guardians can click on this thing and it says that you exempt yourself from vaccinations. It's been there. And most people aren't aware that that's an option because you have Supreme Court cases, you have state cases, you have cases where people have exercised before this pandemic. I don't know if the oldest one that I'm aware of goes back to 1918, but there's been a lot of stuff on the record as far as the supreme law of the land with the Constitution and even navigating people's personal national mindset. And I think Cujo obviously brings that home very well. But I think a lot of times our people, we kind of get lost in the sauce with imitating. It's like we've unlearned some things. We're starting to change our behavior, but we get defeated because we have a disagreement or we have a different experience or our life isn't maybe normal or maybe it's not what people are expecting. So we want to make a decision without actually doing the proper research. So if people just Googled and looked at the places where your children are enrolled, you'll find the document pretty much on, unless it's probably a private institution. So if your child is in a private institution, then that'll be a little bit different. But if it's a public institution, then I'm betting pretty sure that they have that exemption available. So the mindset is that there's always a remedy, even within the colorable, artificial, pseudo situation, there's still remedy. And I think a lot of times we have to, and because normally I don't like to speak out and say certain things, but I guess this is the time to say what you got to say. But I just kind of wanted to offer that perspective, is that there's always been remedy there, but it's the mindset. And I think, yes, we're born Moors and we know that, but you didn't know that. Most of us didn't know that we were born because our parents didn't know. So it takes you having to unlearn and to tune into what you are here to do. So I think it's imperative that we do develop it, but we also have to make sure that we are constantly learning. And then I think it's more is one of the things that we do have to work on is that if we look at some of the things that our ancestors did, they obviously didn't always do the right thing because we're imitating that today. But we have to learn how to be in our lane. If you have credentials and experience in this, then this is great. And we have to allow that to blossom. And Moors are not going to always agree, but I think when you have the divine perspective and you're walking in your purpose and you are enlightening people and you're still having them the way to, hey, my lane and your lane may be different, and we may not agree, but you're still helping others to uplift on humanity. I think that's imperative. So I think there's always remedy. You may not see it, and I think maybe I know it's always hard when Moors get together because we're just happy to see each other. But I think that we have to start doing things in the quasi, because we have to find ways to have think tanks. We have to find ways to not just put out our own individual literature, but we have to have a group of round table. I don't know. I mean, not the round table like the one that Taj has, but I don't know. We have to have something that is going to be effectively, strategically doing stuff that's not going to be necessarily open for everyone. Or I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of remedy out there, and I think we got to get more Moors to step up and just show them the opportunity to do their due diligence. I'm not going to charge you anything. I'm not doing any paperwork for you, but just to finally sum up my message, there is always remedy. You may not see it. And sometimes your attitude, and I know Cujo's always talking about this, your niggerdom. I don't know if he says that, but a lot of the times when people are just so stuck in things, and Sister Roz always talks about people always are, they have the exorcism before the baptism. They got to get all the stuff out. So you're hoping like they don't just throw up all of their negative energy on you, but that's a part of the process. So hang in there, be focused. This is self-guided. So those of us that love learning, it's self-guided. So those of you that like to read and like to meditate and cerebral, this is going to be great for you. And those of you that are not, you're going to have to adapt. We just saw that building in Florida. Like, they didn't even have a chance to like get out. So like when we're talking about like the spiritual, the divine side of things, because I know everybody typically is on the paperwork and what we're going to do now, it's colorful, it's quasi, but even in that there's remedy. So I think that do your due diligence. Google is not studying, but it's a start. So again, if your child is in a public institution, if you look around on the website or the State Board of Education or however it is in your jurisdiction, you're going to have precedents for the exemption for the vaccination, and people have certain health issues, and it's the chicken's home coming to roost, because the way that we live our lives is indicative of the things that are happening. So if you have people in your loved ones that are diabetic, they have immune issues, they're stressed out, they're not taking care of themselves, yeah, they're going to transition, but that impacts the kinfolk. That impacts the clan and the nation, because people aren't living according to that. So you can make your own decision about what you have to do, but think about what happens to the people. We're thinking about generations ahead, the progeny, the offspring. Okay, what's going to happen if Big Mama passes away because of whatever? Okay, do we have enough money to take care of her? Like, we have to start thinking about these things. And I think it's just imperative to give yourself some time and space, and know that there are resources out there. A lot of time Moors get very frustrated because they don't see it on YouTube, that it's not real. No, it's very real in the sense of even this is a simulation for us. So I know I kind of went on a tangent there, but I just kind of wanted to address some of the things that people might say. So I yield the floor.
Give thanks, Mom. Beautiful, put together. Definitely appreciate what you brought forward. And you know, this is one of the things that we're saying. There's a lot of us out here on the road working, trying to get information. But what I'm seeing, especially for me as a presenter on the radio, are people is kind of setting so much into their mind. They're talking about the tone, the words that they're using to bring the information across, and not really focusing on the information they're getting to use it. And I think that's one of the things that's blocking us getting to our people. You know, because, we do our studies and we get the factual information, you're trying to present it to them, and they're telling you how you should present it to them, Not that we're trying to be too horrible, but, because of the way it's presented, they don't want to receive it. And it's causing more damage because they're kind of set into that way they're used to. And it's kind of funny because I'm saying the situation we're in is even worse than a verbal situation. So, if your brother is cussing you or telling you about yourself to fix up, I don't think you should take it more personal than somebody who's actually trying to kill you. So we're kind of faced with that situation with our people so much, and that's one of the things I've noticed a lot, where the message not getting through or getting across. That's for me and Kuja on this platform. I have to be here correcting people about their thoughts about the Moors and what they think about the Moors, and differentiate the Moors from the Muslim and the Muslims, and what Islam mean in our way. So you have to straighten that all out and straighten out people thinking, oh, the Moors was part of the empire that slave our people to, and so before we can even get to start showing them to rise themselves up, we have all these issues to deal with our people. But it's part of the struggle. And as I said to you, we give thanks for yourself and for you to bring that through. But like I said, we need to just press you, be strong, and continue to fight, because we are here to restore humanity. Islam
and Islam, and I think just because I gotta get used to this platform. I've got messages now, so I'm trying to navigate and stay on what's in the spirit to say. But I think it's one of those things where we're in a unique situation. Just got back from at New York at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and I just want to say this because I'm a traveler in the old sense, in the new sense, or esoteric, exoteric. I like to have relaxation, but I also like to go to museums. So those of you, even if you're not, take your little ones to a museum. I have been to the Metropolitan Museum of Art, I think 2 or 3 times. And it's one of those places, just like when I've gone to London or Paris or all the other places that I've traveled, you can spend hours. And so the museum was, I think it opened at 10 and it closed at 5 because of the emergency, and they're transitioning back into opening things up. So the first time I went there, obviously I went to see the Egyptian, and I still didn't get to see all of that. And I was there for like 4 hours. So this one, a lot of the stuff was closed, but they had the pre-Columbian American. Oh, my God. And every time I go somewhere, and this is what happens when you're in tune with our ancestors and how we are all across the globe, and the different times of how we've manifested in different places, even when we've been off. I had been through, and I saw typically probably what I was going to see, because I've been to see the Olmec heads. I've been to Teotihuacan. I've been to Mexico City. I've been to Belize, Honduras, Guatemala. So I've seen some of those things already. I've been to Peru. I've been to Brazil. So when you think about seeing some of the things and how they're guides, I was like, okay, that's great. Okay, so I got some good things. And then I said, well, let me go to the European part, because I studied in England. For those of you who don't know, I studied abroad for a semester. And we traveled around, and we lived in a big manor. So a manor is a castle, for those of you that aren't familiar with that kind of verbiage. And yeah, it was built by a Moor. So when you go to the museum, and whatever knowledge that you have, it's still going to be enough for you to see something different. And now I'm trying to think about what I should do, because I think I want to go back to some places in London and Paris, even though I was awakened to see some of the things then. So where I'm there looking around, and it was good. It was really good stuff. And then I'm trying to leave. And I see that they have a Medici exhibit. So again, those of you near New York, you better take your hind parts up to the Metropolitan Museum of Art and see the Medici exhibit. I bought a big book. It was like $70 on Medici. And those of you that know anything about the Moors in Italy, you obviously know that he's Moor. So his nickname was El Moro. So I'm like, this is divine. So I'm like, man, it starts next weekend. And so what I want to tell the Moors to do is that, first of all, go to a museum, take the little ones, make it a thing. But even more importantly, when I was there in the little space and time that they gave to, I was trying to leave. I'm like, yo, I'm going to be here for, another 2 hours. I think, another half an hour. So I bought my Medici book, and I'm like, I'm going to have to come back up to New York and see this exhibit. So I bought my big book. I'm on the way out, and I get lost, and I end up in the Asiatic division, which was not a mistake. And the famous image that everyone sees about the sister with the turban, and it's kind of wrapped up, and it's typically, I think it says it's like, I have to look at the time plate, but it's in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So I was like, this is divine. So I'm looking around in the Moors, and I see the little areas that they have. There was 2 big things that I got from this experience. One, it said Islamic Italy, and they showed you some of the things there. And then there was some other things that I saw, which were great things to discuss and to kind of put out. I guess I'm going to have to kind of publish it. But what I want to say is that there are things that we can do that are free. It don't really cost a lot of money, and you can do it, and it'll get you starting to appreciate things. So it's a mindset where we have to find ways to share information, explore, and you'll be so satisfied with yourself. And I'm like singing and dancing around. This guy's looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm like, this is great. I can't believe some of the things that you find there. And other people are just walking by. They're not even noticing. Because when you're in this mindset, you're looking for the smallest details, and it does matter. So those are the things that you're going to find the biggest victories. They're the smallest things. And even if you have to kind of stand out by yourself or kind of retreat, give yourself that opportunity to please make sure that you look what's around you. Yeah, you can go around and do other things, but there's so many things that where we are. And I think that once we can start to notice that, and when we do come together, it makes our exchanging a lot better. So whatever we're doing to uplift humanity, I think it's great. But I think there's a lot of hidden jewels and gems right around us and even within us. And at the end of the day, it's frustrating because I've been around so-called conscious community for more than 10 years. And sometimes they're some of the most hurt and disaffected and angry. A lot of people in the conscious community are very angry. So you got to make sure that your antenna is up. And when you have a feeling, even if nobody else sees it, you got to honor that. And I think that's a part of being in tune with your ancestral purpose and walking in your purpose. Because everybody wasn't always like as soon as the gang, like everybody rolls in big packs. That's not kind of how it operates. But you have to be in tune. I just want to say that, again, take some time, do your research, check out some of the things that are around you. And when you have questions, and you'll be surprised, some of the times it'll be people who you won't expect that will share something with you or provide you with that remedy that you're seeking, or just a good vibe. And I think it's kind of like if you've been on a safari and everybody wants to see like this, crazy, aggressive predator take some poor little animal down because you want to. It's not always going to be that experience. A lot of times more is like, oh man, I went to court. Okay, that is an aspect of it. But there's so many other aspects of your classic liberal lifestyle or learning apart these classic liberal arts. So it's like, that's one aspect. But if you are eating horribly, or if you are always angry and upset and spewing negative energy, like, there's a lot of things that about being a national that even other nationals don't have. And I've been to over 55 countries, and everybody, people in general, but even people that have a nationality can be just as obsessed, lazy, negative, and angry. So it's like, we know the gifts and the talents and the obligations that we have to each other and to the future generations, but we have to be able to walk in our purpose, and we got to be honest with ourselves. And sometimes you may not want to display that. I know I don't. I typically don't. And I think that we all have our ways of sharing and uplifting. So again, I'm sorry for my rant.
Islam.
Beautiful. But unfortunately, I didn't want to share anything.
Before you say anything, play those messages before you say anything, because once that gets to 10, we're in trouble.
Peace. Let's get these messages. Peace and love. Rise up to the collective. Peace and love to you, brother.
I just wanted to say that Empress Bay, she is a very well-spoken person, and she carries her knowledge pretty well. I want to say, too, that this is refreshing to be able to hear someone speak as eloquently as she had been able to convey her thoughts. So, and matching what she was saying, you guys have a good chat going on here. And it's Saturday where I'm at. What say you? Mad heads in the house. Oh yeah, standing on the square. Just saying.
Islam. Peace, brother Cujo. Peace, brother Ikon. Full honors to the mothers. Full honors to our full honest to Habibi, and full honest to the Prophet.
Peace, brother.
Islam Moors, Islam, Brother Ikon, Islam Cujo, and Khalifa. How is it that you're sending me a text message and also on stereo at the same time? What kind of bacchanal is that? Anyways, just listening to the show, and yeah, Khalifa, if you could get on Telegram or Signal, we could talk more often, because I don't have international text out here in Germany. We got to pay for every single text message. All right, peace and love to all of y'all. Islam, and this is exactly what I keep telling Moors, Khalifa. You're saying it right. Travel. And you said it too. Like, you were at the Louvre Museum and you were there for 4 hours. You didn't see anything in the Egyptian section. I was there for 13 hours over 2 days because I thought 6 would have been enough, and it wasn't. And then the second day I went 7 and it still wasn't enough, and I still didn't see everything. So you're right. Yeah. Peace.
Peace, Brother Icon. Peace, Brother Cujo. And peace, Empress. Yeah, it's funny what you're saying, that people will talk about the tone. People always seem to, when it comes to us, when it comes to Moors or quote-unquote when so-called black people are dealing with each other, they always seem to worry about how we interact with each other, but they'll never worry or never even take a consideration as to how the European interact with them, or the hybrid European interact with them. They won't ever go and challenge their quote-unquote boss at work to speak to them in such a way, but really and truly their brother or sister steps on their shoe outside and they're ready to send them to the morgue. It just really doesn't make sense. And going back to what you were saying earlier on, it has to be witchcraft. It has to be witchcraft, because people aren't even assessing that they want to claim all the ancestry and all this royal lineage and blood, but really and truly you can't even see someone else that looks like you and try and uplift them in any way.
Yeah, very good point there, brother.
Hi guys, how's it going? Yeah, I just want to say how good it is to actually hear people talk sense on this radio show for once, instead of fighting each other and talking absolute nonsense. Do you know what I mean? It's actually quite placid and peaceful to listen to you guys. So yeah, thanks, keep up good work, and nice conversation. Enjoy the weather.
Rise up, sugarcane, rise up to all who interject and leave their message there. Yes, brother, sure. Now welcome to the platform, Brother Cujo. How you feeling, my brother? We're just talking about your injury and letting the people know about the situation happened with you and your 50% that you have now, just to kind of give you a help with what you need to do. I don't know if you want to shed some light on that before we get into some more conversation, because I definitely know that's something that you need help with, my brothers. With that information to all the listeners. Peace and love to you.
Peace and love. Yeah, I'm broke up right now, man. Kind of broke up. So last week Wednesday, not the Wednesday that passed, but the Wednesday before, I tore my Achilles tendon playing basketball, and so that has me now out for at least a year. I gotta go through like surgery. Surgery is gonna be this week coming, and then all this rehab and stuff starts. So here I have to pay for surgery and everything like that, medical bills and whatnot. So for Sakina Moore, I'm having a 50% sale right now, and that's going on until the 30th, which is Wednesday, and it ends 6 p.m. Eastern North America time. So that would be midnight Germany time. So I guess UK, that would be 11 o'clock p.m. And then, so 50% off everything. And yeah, this is just to help obviously generate some type of, finance to help pay with the bills and stuff like that. So that's what's going on now. It's only for 6 days. Yeah, because under normal circumstances, sales of that high, I can't sustain those for very long unless it's extremely high numbers. So yeah, right now I'm having a sale. You can go check it out at www.sakinamor.com. That's S as in Sam, AKIN as in Nancy, AM as in Mary, OUR. They're luxury footwear. Normally, 50% off. So normally, they're 350 euros to 240 euros is the lowest price. Right now, you can get them on 50% off until Wednesday. So check it out and spread the word. It's on IG as well at Sakina Moore. So check it out.
Peace, brother.
Peace. And Khalifa, what's going on? What kind of business is that, Khalifa?
What did you say? I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. We were talking. What did you say?
I said, what kind of business is that? You're sending me text at the same time and you're on stereo? What kind of business is that?
I wasn't think I was going to get on. And I was like, well, someone told me to do it. And when he said it, and I was like, oh, no. And you told me to get on some kind of platform. I don't be on the platform like that, but I want to not have you cost to pay any money. So what do I have to download? What do I have to get on?
No, if you can download either Telegram or Signal.
Okay.
One of those two. Telegram is preferable, but Signal works as well. And then we can talk like all the time.
I would definitely acquiesce to your request, sir. And I feel so bad. I know I haven't had too many. I don't think I had a couple of sprains, growing pull. Didn't have too many like basketball injuries, but that's for real. What was you trying to dunk on somebody? What happened, bro?
Well, yeah, I went up on a 7-footer. Nah. No, it was crazy. What happened is, because of the layoff, right? Because we had shut down for 7 months. And so gyms are closed. And the last time I actually hooped, properly was last year, January. And then as of November last year, there was a 7-month layoff, a 7-month lockdown. So when everything opened back up, I was so excited. And so I know normally with basketball, I always make sure that my legs are in shape before I actually start playing, right? And because the gyms opened back up, I went back to the gym. First thing I did, leg workout, but very, very light because I wasn't doing anything for 7 months. And then I said, okay, I'm going to play basketball. Normally, I wouldn't play that hard, no driving to the key or nothing, driving to the hole or anything like that. It's just outside jumpers. And so I was playing lightly, but the thing is, because I was so excited to be back, I was playing every 3 days. And I think it was too much. It was too much too soon. And I wasn't even, when it happened, I wasn't even doing anything crazy. I was just dribbling up the court. I stole the ball. I was dribbling up the court really easy. Somebody came in front of me, just turned. And then it felt like somebody stepped on the back of my foot. And I fell down, and I turned around, and I was pissed off. I turned around, yelling, "Yo, we're not playing that serious. Why you getting all aggressive?" And nobody was behind me.
Damn.
Yeah, and that's how it is. You hear the stories all the time about it, how it feels like somebody kicks you in the back of the leg, or it feels like somebody stepped on your heel. And that's exactly what it felt like. Somebody stepped on the back of my heel. And there was pain. There was extreme soreness. I can't say pain because it's not like a sharp pain. It's just like your Achilles is very sore. And then I sat down, and I was feeling my good leg, and I could feel my Achilles, and then I'm feeling the bad leg, and I can't feel it. And I'm like, oh man! But I knew it wasn't a complete tear. I could feel it that it wasn't complete tear. And then, rushed me to the hospital. They did an ultrasound, and then the doctor said, there's a couple of fibers just holding it together at this point. But after doing the test, so they lie you on your stomach, and they squeeze your calf muscle. And by squeezing your calf muscle, if your foot moves, when you squeeze your calf muscle, that means that your Achilles is still intact. And so they squeezed, because it's my left leg, they squeezed the calf of my left leg and my foot wasn't moving, and they knew. So she said, yeah, you need surgery. And I said, yeah, so that's going to be 9 months to a year? And she said, yep. and that was it. And then so the very next day, got scheduled for an MRI for the following day. So I had the MRI on Friday, I think it was it Thursday? Yeah, Friday. I had the MRI on Friday, I believe. And then went to see the surgeon. Luckily, it's a sports doctor out here that deals with the Nuremberg basketball team. So he's a sports doctor. He's supposed to be very good. He, like all the guys at the gym that I was playing with, they're the ones who recommended him. So I went to see him and talked with him. And yeah, he said, he did the same test, and he looked at the MRI and said, yeah, it's ruptured. Once again, it's not complete, but he says, like, I need to have surgery. And so, yeah, so then all the prep work started, where I got to take the blood work to make sure that your blood is okay for the, all your, everything, like your levels are all good and everything. That I just had that on Thursday and got the results on Friday. Everything is straight. And then I got to go see the anesthesiologist on Monday to get all that handled. And crazy enough, I got an estimate of what the surgery would cost. And the anesthesiologist, I didn't even know this, man. The anesthesiologist is more expensive than the actual surgery, which is crazy. So, yeah, I got to see them. I got an estimate on the anesthesiologist, so I got to go see them on Monday. And then, yeah, the surgery is supposed to be Wednesday. It's supposed to be on Wednesday. And so I'm in Wednesday morning, and then I'm out the hospital on Thursday. And then, yeah, man. And then after that, it's some like 6 to 8 weeks of in the boot. And they gotta, have to go in after like 3 weeks, and they change the angle because your foot is supposed to be in plantar's flexion, which is meaning pointing forward. They put it in a boot because you don't want any pressure on the Achilles, as they're saying. And then after 3 weeks, so it's at a 30-degree angle. And then after 3 weeks, they bring the foot back up to 60 degrees. And then after, I think it's 10 days, they bring it up to 90 degrees in the boot. And then after that, it's just, a whole bunch of rehab and all that stuff. This is what the surgeon was telling me. Yeah, so it's going to be a process.
That's a lot, Sheldon. It's a lot.
Yeah. There's a lot.
So as your last expense, what I want you to do for me is to text me your information on Telegram and your PayPal or Venmo or Cash App, because I have exceeded my book allotment this month and my shoe allotment. So I am just going to send it to you directly. So if you just text me that and your Telegram information, you know what I mean? I got you, bro. And wholeness and healing to you.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it. And like I said, man, I remember you wanted some kicks. I got shoes for you. So, you know what I mean?
Gotta stay on my budget more. You know what I'm saying? I gotta stay on my budget. I just bought that. I told you I bought that Medici book for 70 notes, man. And I was looking around. I was like, it's like getting a more. For me, it's books, it's music, it's shoes, and jewelry. So And being at a museum or a library, a more get stuck in there. Like I could live in there. I could be people under the stairs. I could just have a little space. So I'm like, I have to be on my budget, but I got you, and I do support you, and I do wish you all the best on your healing journey, brother.
Give thanks. I'm thinking of documenting every single phase too. I was thinking about doing that. One person, because I asked when I put it on IG, I asked one person I asked everybody to comment if they wanted me to document it, and only one person answered, yeah, they want me to document it. So I might do it. I might do that when I go see the surgeon on Monday. I'll ask him if he minds if I document everything, and I'll do that. And if he says yeah, then I'll start documenting stuff like that. So we'll see how it goes.
And that was beautiful, yeah. But I'll learn from that, because I didn't know that damage could cause so much problem, but I didn't know. Look at that little small, you know what I mean? I didn't know. I'm even learning from that. So I think you're documenting very good, all of us can really learn from that. I think it's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, with the surgeon, because I was asking the surgeon, because I know my body, I know my body very, very well. And I was asking him all these questions like, okay, was this an injury that could have been like a long-standing, something like degradation of the Achilles tendon over the years, right? I was asking him this, and he said, yeah, that's a possibility. And he said, if I want, he can do a biopsy when he's doing the operation and send it to the lab for them to test the cells and all that stuff, right? But he said, in all honesty, he just thinks the fact that, because I was telling him the long layoff, you haven't played, and then you weren't properly
Peace and love to the panel.
You weren't properly stretched and warmed up and all that. You know, all it takes is one, and you don't have to jump or anything. It'll just be the smallest quick move, and then it happens, right? So that's what he said. It's just that, and it's not. Yeah, the Achilles. Normally, the Achilles is so strong because you're always using it all the time. It's normally happens. It's normally a lack of flexibility that causes it to happen. So, you know, so when I did go to play, normally I do stretch, but like I said, after 7 months of not playing, you're not stretching all the time and so on and so forth. So that's what I figured it was, and he kind of confirmed it.
Beautiful. Thanks for sharing that with us. I'm sure all of us can even learn from that, because that's very important too. But let's get to some of these messages and then get back to the platform. Right? Empress Tracy, welcome to the platform. Peace and love to you, Empress.
Peace and love to the panel. First of all, I think it was either Brother Ikon or Cujo earlier talking about the witchcraft on the people's minds. How do people act this way? And the more I sit quietly, no distractions, no internet, no social media, just sit quietly, just start to think and reflect. I realized money, capitalism, that is the witchcraft. People want money over nationality. People are like, I don't care. You can see that with entertainers. They don't care. They're like, call me what you want, dress me how you want. So what if I'm a male? I don't care. Put me in a dress. Just as long as I'm getting paid. You know, that's it. The witchcraft is money. People do any and everything for money, or what they think is money.
That's right.
And how you know it's witchcraft, because that ain't money. They're
right.
broke. I don't care how much millions they got, they're broke.
Exactly. It's about the energy, where you direct your energy, wherever you put that, wherever you push that into. That's what's going to be, your God, essentially. It's not just money. It could be drugs. It could be dance. It could be music. It could, so wherever you put your energy is what's going to, multiply and fruition. So, yeah.
And spiritually, the archetype of the horror archetype is something that people had. If you go back to when we were like little, some stuff people do, like, man, you doing that for that little bitty thing right there. So that the archetype of what part of you are you willing to compromise is something that is a spiritual side. So it has the tangible empirical side here, but it leads to that side of how much of you are you willing to compromise for your principles. And so wherever position you have, if you have your own business, if you got a job, if you doing a temporary thing, there's a point in a relationship with yourself, with your partner, your husband, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your wife. There's a part of compromise, and that archetype of the whore it's not gender based. It just means how much of that spiritual capital. Because we're talking about the fiat note, or even if it was pieces of silver or gold, but that archetype is something where we have to, but that's when when you're walking your purpose, and however that manifests for us. And I think we need to be able to allow people to let it manifest, but we got to do our due diligence. So, and the more as I'm on my own journey, I look at things like that, and it's just like, and I think the great example of that now is this phenomenon with Kwame Brown and
the fact that he's independent, he's been through the system, and he's standing on his own too right now, and he's pushing back. It's showing things that we already knew, but now it's from a different lens. And so I think, I haven't been able to keep up with all the videos, but I think Cujo had addressed it at one point where he said something about Moor's been saying this for a long time, but now, but it sometimes the messenger does matter. Sometimes in order for, if we want people to get the point, it still doesn't get them to where we want them to be, but it does at least bring attention to it. And so that's the kind of thing where that spirituality. So when you're in tune with that, and that's why a lot of times, as sisters, if you're listening, you will understand this. Brothers, don't be mad when I say it. So if it's like a couple of us sisters hanging around and a brother comes in a room, he immediately gets a little nervous. He's like, it's kind of like the European with the slave codes. Like, what are y'all doing? What's going on? Like, why are you worried about what we're doing? So it's that energy. It's like when you get, and any brother knows this, if you have sisters, if you have aunts, whatever, if it's your wife and her friend, if you come into a room and there's nothing but sisters in there and they vibing, and you come into the room, you look around, you're like, I don't know, I think I kind of want to step back slowly. Because when that energy is there, it's a very powerful thing. And so when we get our people, even if it's just a few of us, it doesn't have to be a massive group of us. When you get people that are in tune, particularly the female energy, it's very potent and powerful. But it's the same thing with that archetype of the whore. That's why it's very powerful to use women as an archetype, because that energy sways. And it can be sexual, but it also can be spiritual on the other end. Islam.
That firm what you said, it made me laugh because, I was just thinking about the show called, there's another story we need to talk about. And I'm saying we definitely need a mother on the presentation because, women have a way to get the message across. They're the Mars anyway, all of us are the sons and the daughters. So when a woman kind of speak, the message kind of go in through, and it's so right, it depends. The message is good, but it depends on who is delivering the message for it to be received. I realize that so much of our people, it's really funny, but that's how it really works with our people, unfortunately. Yeah. We got some messages in the chamber. Let's get these messages out here with the panelists saying, and then we can get back on to the show. Peace and love to our brother Noble Adam. Peace and love to Islam.
Islam, the brother Sheldon. Yo, listen, man, you can't be doing double back spins with the kick flip to the boards with the layups, man. Listen, it hurts us all. When we all land, and it be a foul person at the end, listen, they always try to hurt us. Anyway, hopefully that situation rectifies and you get back to your normal self and things like that. Yeah, I'm gonna go check that museum out that the Empress was talking about because that's in New York. So, damn, I'm definitely gonna try to get.
Peace, Brother Sheldon. I'm so glad that you're in good spirits and health. With all that you've been going through lately, and my spirit's definitely with you. Please send me your Cash App so that I can send my donations in, because you've definitely been a Mr. Fresh Air for me, in Canaanland as well. So it's only right. You know what I'm saying? We have to support our own for sure. Islam.
Peace, brothers and sisters. Peace, Islam. Mauritians. Yeah, man. What I see it is, this nationality shit, this is important. This is very important, especially where the Putuadi says that we are Asiatic Moors. You just need to apply these terms because at the end of the day, we have Chinese, we have every other nation, they identify something Asian. So it's like, if Moor identifies people of our descent, then we need to call ourselves Mauritians, even out in England, just UK, civil courts, all these things, fight for that shit, separate ourselves from everyone. That's kind of doesn't feel that way because at this point, all over the world, because it's like this whole diaspora thing where we're black in the diaspora is very dangerous. We're just struggling from it. We're all strung out with no options, no nothing. It's crazy. It's one thing I did notice as well, when it comes to all these food things that we like to eat from, they always look so nice. There's always some nice colors. It's always these things. Like, obviously, in a spiritual sense, like when you talk about chakras and all these things, yeah, it does kind of it kind of like attracts you. You know what I mean? So when it attracts you, it's like it has you in a sort of feeling. So you just spend money, just do these things. It's emotionally attached to it. There's a lot of things we do is emotional. Spend money emotionally. We do all these things emotionally. Money in fiat. So look, this is why when you go out with other nations of people, they just spend that money on security. Yeah, do you want to get drink, get this, get that, destroy it. It doesn't mean anything to them because they know what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's a debt. So it's like, until we realize that, we're always going to be stuck in this situation, especially people on the continent.
He's saying what he's saying for the revelation to the common people, knowing that they don't have this information relatively available. You see? So once you know these things, it redeems you from the ignorance that causes you to lose all the time when you deal with these magi. Understand they've been stealing people's estates because the people don't know that their estates have been claimed under the doctrine of discovery already. Because they don't know how to link the past to the present, because they can only see visually at the present. But those who know have six eyes. They look at things from multifaceted levels at all times and discipline themselves in order to keep clear pictures. This is taught in true religious philosophy. This is where you get your seers and your prophets, so they can look at the future, the present, like a clock, and use math and what you call spiritual geometry and project the pictures. Sometimes it's called remote viewing. But it's a natural capacity of humanity. It's just that dogmata has suppressed it. You understand? That's what belief systems are for, by the priesthood, in order to stagnate humanity, not to raise them up. Anyway, so let's look at a priest who's talking to other priests. Are we clear? James Trump, Representative of Ohio, addressing the House. House of Representatives, what congressional record, volume 33, page 8, 1303, destroying the scholars that want to say, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. It's congressional records. We're going to free stuff. Mr. Speaker, we are here now in chapter 11. Representative of Ohio, addressing the House. House of Representatives, what congressional record, volume 33, page 8, 1303, destroying the scholars that want to say, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. It's congressional records. We're going to free stuff. Mr. Speaker, we are here now in chapter 11. Members of Congress are official trustees. Trustees means there's a state, doesn't it? Trustee also means they don't own this stuff, do they? So they're presiding over an estate that belongs to somebody else. Presiding over the greatest organization of any bankrupt entity in world history, the U.S. government, we are setting forth, hopefully, a blueprint for our future. There are some who say it is a coroner's report that will lead to our demise. It is an established fact that the United States federal government has been dissolved by the Emergency Banking Act, March 9, 1933. Think Delano Roosevelt.
And if that's what he's doing, you don't need to play any more of those. Just go read the bankruptcy speech by James Trafficant. It's online. And keep in mind, that's not House of Reawakening Minds Taj, or that's not Moorish Consular Court Taj that you're listening to, in case people want to get excited because they're hearing Taj right now.
Break that down for the culture, because I don't. What do you mean?
Because people have given the traders of the Moorish movement too much credibility, because they see master teachers' faces, or they see pictures of master teachers with traders. And we know that Moorish Consular Court are a bunch of traders, and we know that House of Ram is a bunch of traders, because House of Ram is still registered as a church. That's why they have so many. That's why they have so many Negro people up there. How come the only other people they brought on there was a seer? A seer went on there, talked for a little bit. They got him off there quick fast because he was exposing the hell out of them. And then the only other individual they got up there is Taj Tariq Bey. And everybody else is some clown trying to sell you something. And then none of them have turban on, none of them have fez on, none of them have Moroccan flag on, none of them are representing for Noble Drew Ali, but we're supposed to be listening to them.
Brother Kuja, there's an echo going on, and it's kind of hard for me to hear you.
It's everybody to mute their phone. Yeah, that is.
And just like we were saying with the thing with Bobby Hemmett the other day, this has nothing to do with the master teacher. This has to do with the traders who are using his image in order to push their BS under the guise that he sanctions them. And all they're doing is causing confusion. So yes, they can play some Taj stuff, but if it's a document that he was reading, you don't need to play that. Just tell the people where the document is so they could go read it for themselves. They don't need to hear Taj talk about James Traficant bankruptcy speech, reading that as if we can't read or something. But I yield the floor.
Peace, I know, brother. I don't know if anyone wants to interject in that, but can you get to some messages?
I just wanted to, just quickly, Cujo, my apologies. I didn't get a chance to. What clip did they show of Bobby Hemmett? Please just give me a brief synopsis of what. Like, I didn't watch the video yet.
Well, somebody took a lecture where Hemmett's talking about Dirty Moor selling packages and being on the terrorist list, and try to make it as if Bobby Hemmett was dissing Moors generally. And made it as if.
Oh, I see. That clip is an old clip. That clip, they got to see the whole, I guess, and I see what you're saying. So it's context. So Moors, just like in politics, they have the little 1 minute clip or the little headline. Always get the context of what somebody is trying to say. And I watched that whole video years ago, and I got the message. And he was right then, and just like he's right now, but. And that's where the Moors, we need to do our due diligence. And so those people that have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, like, this is baby stuff. And I know why it's still frustrating, but they're not doing nothing. But I yield the floor.
I'll give thanks, mother, for that. Yeah, for us who's just coming to that, it's kind of good that we can have a look at it to understand the situation we are in. And that's what I'm saying to you. Even among ourselves for these 30 Moors, they really causing a problem, with the message and misleading our people and putting people off with the Moors. And, we need to come to our think tank. We need to try to deal with them accordingly, because to me, they are very dangerous. And even the people that we do not even understand, they are more dangerous because they are misleading the people so much and making us look very bad. So
well, look at it like this. So, brother, I would humbly suggest, look at it like those of us who used to play sports. When you have really good competition, then it's on. It's like, when the deep people are responding to what you're putting out. So those, especially basketball, and maybe football, but definitely for basketball. So as people are increasing their spiritual awareness, as people are aware, this Black Lives Matter thing just came out of the pandemic, and now it's on, football fields, basketball courts. We already know that there's a targeted reason to put that out there, and so now there's a push and a pull. So I would suggest you look at it like, as you are getting better in your skills, you want to have stronger defense or opposition. That's just the way that it's going to be. You're going to have opposition, and we have to expect that. So those of you that ever played a sport, you know that, particularly for those that play offense and defense, some of us are really good at both, and sometimes some of us are only really good at one aspect of that. But spiritually, we have to anticipate and know that we're looking at it from a different lens. We're inside. And
it's going to be different for people seeing it outside. So we have to know it's going to be hard for you to go back and look at it from somebody who didn't know. So as much as we're getting about that, that means that we're doing so. That means that we're succeeding, even though it may seem like we're failing. It's because they have to put so much more press. So when you got the full court press on, that means that you're trying to stop us right now. Like the dude had the triple double 48. If you have it, triple double, you in the 40s, you got 15 rebounds and 10 assists. Like the next game, they're going to come up with some Jordan rules. Like they're going to. So as we move on, we have to spiritually expect, and that should be a part of our development. That it's just not going to be, layups and dunks like you're playing, kindergartners. We got to be able to expect that it's going to be, more challenging for us. So I just humbly put that on the table.
Definitely see what you're saying. The more we advance and get higher, then the opponent's going to get higher and stronger. That's how it is. It's a cause and effect, isn't it? So I definitely see what you're saying. But Sheldon, you thought you want to shine something there before we get to the messages? But Sheldon, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. No, man, not necessarily. I mean, unless I missed a specific question. No, man, everything is straight.
Beautiful, gentlemen. Let's hear what the listeners say. Get to the panel. Peace and love to everyone on the panel. Great to have your vibration with us today. Another edition of More or Less. Let's get this one from Brother Ashley. He was saying, 40% goes
to the Queen of England under the Treaty of Ikon. Governor of the International Monetary. Now,
yeah, I ain't gonna lie. For the Dirty Moors, it's like you gotta have an opposition. Why? Because a lot of people ain't gonna respect the reality of what this knowledge actually brings, and they're not gonna really respect it just because they was taught something. So I get that kind of fact, but also to the fact of having Dirty Moors is it sucks in the sense that it's going to do damage to us, but at the same time, they do damage to themselves, because when you have people who are righteous and people who are noble in their respects on how they move throughout life, they're going to come into a situation where this fake is not going to be able to answer it or be able to help them out. So it's just a matter of time until they dig themselves in a hole, and then it's going to be like what I said before. It's going to be a big flip. It's going to be some type of show of something for us to really step out into the I don't know, just to be seen, to be honest with you. I ain't gonna say that we aren't seen, or that the new Moors that come up they don't study, because I'm a street Moor, or however they say it. But when I came into this, I didn't really pay much mind to it. But when I started really reading and really digging in, and still understand that, okay, I gotta understand case laws, and I gotta understand how nations deal with one another, and how I'm looked at as an individual inside a big cog of a machine that don't give a fuck about me. It's overwhelming not to want to pay attention to this knowledge, and it's so easy for people to want to just find the fast track to things, and not to really study and really be diligent about how you really supposed to go with this, and how you really supposed to feel about this, how you really supposed to think about this information, how you supposed to apply it. I get that. So for some of us new Moors, you know what I'm saying, if I can call myself a new Moor, we're trying to adapt and apply this thing to real-time life. It's just hard. And it's only hard because some of us really don't be having the people around us so we can feel, just feel, you know what I'm saying? Not know, but just feel like, all right, well, I got somebody on my side. I don't want to expect, for example, Cujo come all the way from over there to come help me out with something that probably I just need to do a little bit of time and I come out. But, not everybody thinks of it like that. So, I mean, I'm only speaking from a jail point of view. I've been to jail. I can deal with jail. It ain't really no issue. So some of us, the paper thing is just be difficult because so many people just, they so much of a con with how they saying shit. It's like you got to find the real ones. You got to know who the real ones is, and you got to follow the people who told you not to follow them, and see the people who follow them, or the people who come behind them, how they speak. I like how people talk, man. You got to show me something.
Peace. I just want to add something to what he's saying.
Could we get the messages out first? Because it's at 9 right now. Unless a lot of those are the more playing the thing.
Oh yeah, the top stuff.
Yeah.
You can watch at the house.
Let's get the one that you just sent and see if they're different. Let's get these recent ones.
And the real property. Anyway, if are written on a clothes, that's no bank.
Empress, go ahead. Yeah, make your point. Start recording.
Okay, but thank you about what Brother Study Moore was just speaking on. I see a lot of folks getting trapped up because they are not trusting the process. They will rather go at their own pace as opposed to just understanding how fast it is realistically for the individual to absorb information. And not only absorb it, but to actually digest it. You have to really soak this in. And it's like a 40-day, 40-night trial that you go through, or you should go through when getting into this information, where it's kind of like you sit on it, you ask questions, but you mainly observe and you listen and you look up definitions and you learn terms and like the brother was saying, things that that will actually affect you in your day to day. That's something that too many are skipping over, and that's why they'll come to different more platforms, lives, whatever, and they'll just be ready to fight because it's like they're not taking the time. They're not taking their time. Literally, they're not taking their time. So that's one thing I highlight over the years with Moor. And so in saying that, any new Moors, anyone who want to consider themselves a new Moor, anything that you do, in order to perfect it, you have to dedicate time to it. This is no different at all. At all. So with that, I yield.
Islam. Go ahead, Sheldon.
Yeah. So I just wanted to add to that. So, Brother Ikon, do you notice a theme here? The theme is that I've said it, Cujo said it, Empress Rizzi have said it. You can't fast track this stuff. That's the theme. You can't fast track it. So whenever anybody gets this information, like I said, before I even started talking on any type of thing, I studied under a seer for 5 years, paying for his classes once a month. I took my time before I started speaking on any type of historical stuff. Yeah, I would go around and take my pictures in town and stuff like that, but outside of that, you know what I mean? So you can't fast track, and that's just the history stuff. The law stuff is even crazier. So that's the theme that everybody's gotta know. Like, you can't fast track this information. And the majority, what I'm finding is a lot of people that want to fast track it is because they have some type of situation or whatever that they want to get out of, like a legal, quote unquote legal situation that they want to get out of, right? And at that point, it's almost at that point, okay, if it's a little whatever $100 ticket or whatever it is, I would say deal with that and then educate yourself for something else. But that's the thing, you can't fast track this information. That I yield.
Islam. I just want to add on to what the Empress said and what Sheldon said. I think when we look at some of the state of where the conscious community was kind of when I came in, it was right before the debate culture happened. So coming into that kind of debate culture, it's like the spotlight was because now the social media platforms, it gives everybody this opportunity to have voice. And so with that, you have the trolls, you have the police and the other alphabet people who it's their job to study the opposition, because that's one of the strategies in the art of war. So you're supposed to study your opponent very, very well. And so when we look at the time it takes, I was telling someone that when I first came in, I was studying like the metaphysical stuff. That was I'm a metaphysical spiritual person looking at religion. That was where I was. And it kind of, when we look at ourselves as we go through things, you can kind of see how to walk in your purpose and how you walk into or get connected to more science in that sense. But it's also, like the sister was saying, it's also like where you start at. Everybody isn't the same. Like you're not, some Moors come in and they don't like to read. They don't want to put the time in. Maybe they just want to watch YouTube videos, or they want to Google, or they want to go on people's lives. And that's cool. And they'll like be in the chat and say, hey, you know, such and such said this. What do you think about that? That's all right, but that doesn't help you comprehend. And so I can't think of who it was, but they published something a couple of years ago talking about mastery is when you reach like 10,000 hours or something. You put 10 years into something, and people can hold a job for 10 years. You can be in a relationship for 10 years. Doesn't mean that you're a master at something. But what we're trying to say is that it's like investment or equity. When you put that time in and you're working out, then you're going to have hopefully better results than if you're just trying to take a diet pill or if you're just trying to get a surgery. So I think for a lot of Moors, it depends on the mindset when you're coming in and if you're being honest about what you're doing it for. So I would say something more like, well, yeah, I don't want to pay taxes. Well, it's more than that, because you're talking about your ancestral estate and aligning yourselves, breaking the spell, and getting back into atonement with what your purpose is. And so I think the thing that the Moor was hitting on is, and maybe it's a generational thing, but it also is a mindset thing, is that the more that you put in something, the more you're going to get out of. And so for everybody, that's something different. So I think that mastery is that you have to master what yourself is. Like you have to know what you're supposed to be doing here. And for some people, it can be easier and it can be more of a challenge, but that's the whole part of the process. Like we mentioned earlier, mastery is I'm able to at least read the room and see, okay, know your audience. Okay, who am I talking to? There's certain things that may not be as easy to digest, even though it's truth and it's on point, somebody that's not there. And you have to decide, we talked about that horror archetype. Are you going to put it all on the line and you're going to piss everybody off? You're going to miss the point, or you're going to gradually, and they have, what's that guy's name? He does it all the time. He repeats things 3 times. That's a speech tactic. Now, you don't do it as Dr. Umar. One of the things that they teach you in one of the liberal arts of rhetoric and speeching is that you repeat things 3 times. Now, typically, you don't do it back to back. You do it over the course of your speech. You want to reinforce the point that you're making. So he does it. He just doesn't have the finesse to it. So we talk about mastery. He's making an example of it, but he has to master the skill and the art of it. So when we're talking about this is our lives. This is the future generations of what they're going to inherit. So it is a lot of pressure for some people to take this on. And just like anything, some people can't handle it. It's too much. Something. They're a dirty Moor, so I don't want to be a Moor. I think Cujo was talking about that before. Because something happens, you're going to stop the spell that's been cast. You want to break that. You want to bring yourself back into that fold of your ancestral divine purpose. You want to stop that because of something happened outside of you, but you don't even know the full background of. So I think that when the brother said earlier, we have to expect opposition. We have to know that it's going to be there. Have people that are soldiers that fight, and that is their purpose, is to literally take that scimitar and chop off heads. That's what. But we have to have people that are diplomatic. We have to have people that are artisans. We have to have people that are the facilitators of learning. We have to have people that are in naturopath and health. So we have to, if we're talking about nationhood,
those things manifest in who we are. And I think that mastery starts again with self, and then putting that time in, because you're investing in yourself. It's like one of the things they say in finance is you pay yourself first. And so when you come into this information, you are going to see the benefits. It may not be financial. It may wreak your relationship with someone. It may even rethink what your job is or your career. It's going to force you to put up some tough questions, and it's going to agitate some people. You have to expect that. And so I think that this theme of mastery, it's an agitator. It's going to upset some people. It may not be a direct combat. It may not be a direct confrontation. It may manifest things in someone that they haven't even recognized. So when we do more work on ourselves, we're able to hopefully be honest with ourselves and still walk in our purpose. But that mastery looks different for each of us. And the more time that you invest, it will pay off for you. And again, it's the spiritual side of what that looks like. And then it's also that financial. So I yield the floor.
Beautiful, mother. Peace and love to you. Well, you cover a beautiful topic there. And I'm just looking at, I was talking to a sister the other day, and she told me that she's going to this type of spiritual healer. That's teaching you about building yourself, and that class is a 1-week class, and she told me there's probably about 300 people in there, and what they're doing is about learning about yourself and going into yourself. And I'm thinking, among our people, just saying we've got all different, and there's a billion nation, you're going to have all different people, and I'm looking for the weakest in terms of their mind, their mindset, how they think, and bringing them to speed. So I don't know, as the Moor nation, maybe there's something that we're really need to do with our people in terms of, I know nationality is the order of the day, but I think we need to start building them spiritually and creating platforms to doing that. And I know, my brother Sheldon and brother Cole talk about this, we say it's a personal thing, you have to want to do it, and it's up on you, but really, I really see that people need some help, and it's just like all these religious sectors, they created that type of atmosphere. You're talking about Umar Johnson, where they kind of program your mind and chip your mind a certain way. So I think we need to unchip our people's mind and create platforms that we can teach them how to get into their higher self and to break that spell, Because I think if we leave them to do it on their own, especially what's going on now, it's going to be happening anytime soon.
That's the only way it's going to, you can't do it for them. Like, it can't be done for them.
That's worship if you do it like that.
Either they're going to do it or they're not going to do it. And if they don't do it, then take all the judgment that comes with you not doing it, which is whether your family falls apart, whether you fall off a ladder, whatever it is, because you're supposed to be living by a certain standard. And then even if you fall off the ladder, you're not supposed to be there complaining about the ladder. Oh, the ladder did this, or the ladder, the wind blew me off. How about you should have took the necessary steps? How about look at yourself?
Something is happening again.
How about look at yourself? Like, we can't keep playing savior with our people when stuff gets rough. Or then, oh yeah, here comes Super Moor, going to save all these people. It's not going on like that. These people got to save themselves. They got to get their own laser beam from their eyes. Don't worry about my laser beam and my eyes helping you kill the guy over there. How about use your own laser beam eyes and kill him? I yield. And don't forget the messages are at 9 right now.
Super Moor. Well, I just wanted to add to that. Like, me coming into this information, I was looking for a spiritual answer as to why certain things were happening with me. So I was looking spiritually for it. And then I got led, and then when I found certain information and stuff, and that's what led me on this journey. So it started out off spiritually. So that's just to add on to what Empress Khalifa was saying. And then to go a little bit further, Brother Ikon, you were saying that, we need to bring the people along, or we need to, help them do it, or to a certain extent, as you were saying. The problem is everybody has their own path. And if we start doing stuff for certain people that don't want to do it for themselves, we take on their karma, and then you get off your path. So there's only so much things that we can do. If somebody doesn't want to do it for themselves, then so be it. Because the worst thing, everybody has a path to their destiny, and you don't want to leave your path to go help somebody else that doesn't want it. There's
then you're gonna get judgment.
There's a right. Then you fall off. Even if you don't even believe, to Cujo's point, even if you don't even believe in the whole judgment thing, the fact is then you fall off your path, your intended trajectory, and then if you don't want to repeat this life, you end up having to come repeat it to fill that to accomplish that trajectory because you fell off of it. Right? There's this story that a Moor once told me about an eagle and a turkey. And the eagle was there soaring in the air and so on and so forth, and saw the turkey on the ground. So the eagle landed and started talking to the turkey, saying, hey, you're a bird, you should be flying. And the turkey was giving him all this type of excuses why, well, I can't fly, I can't do this, and so on and so forth. And what ended up happening is the eagle spent years or whatever trying to convince this turkey that it could fly, rather than the eagle being in the air flying and soaring. You understand?
Jive turkey.
Jive turkey. You know what I'm saying? So it's the eagle is meant to fly, but then it was grounded trying to convince this other bird that it could fly. So that's what I'm saying by taking over somebody else's karma and not living your path. So with that, I yield.
Definitely, Islam. You want to chime in there, Empress Risi?
Oh no, Brother Sheldon said everything. He said everything right and exact. That's it.
Let's get to these messages.
Now, so with friend reserve notes, you can only
But I stopped giving us recording. I want you to send some message in for the peace and love to you.
Hey yo, what's up with bro playing all these goddamn Taj things? I ain't trying to disrespect it, but shit, like we having a discussion. Nobody want to hear Taj talking about that. Or no disrespect, you know what I'm saying? Give honest to Taj and stuff, but the hell I want to hear Taj right now? I don't want to hear Taj. I could watch that shit on YouTube.
Exactly.
Peace, Islam. Big up Ikon. Big up Cujo. Big up Empress Bay. Big up Sister Reese. Big up Brother Sheldon. I was sending in those little voice clips there based on, I think it was Sister Reese that said something regarding, the witchcraft and how people sell out for finance and stuff like that. And I was like, wow, I've been saying that for ages. Like, people ain't gonna listen unless they see some kind of monetary thing in it. That's why I sent all those clips in. I know you kind of skipped through them because I was trying to find a segment that correlated with, what Cujo said regarding how our people are under the witchcraft because we don't even know what money is versus what we've been programmed to treat money as.
Rise up, brother, peace and love to you for that message. If you could send the information on that clip, what it's called, and everything, that will better than whoever's listening. Probably can have a listening to it in their own time. But give them what I can see where you try and spread some information. But peace and love to you. Rise up.
So that's what I was really trying to basically showcase or contribute to the conversation. But hope everyone's good, having a good day and so forth. And I'm just gonna listen from now. Peace, love. I heard that Empress Bay about the repetition of 3 times. They do that in the colorable courts. The Magi, the judge, they slam the hammer 3 times, right?
No lie, I love the sister right now. She said a very good point. Some people are just bred to fight. Some people are bred to lead. And some people are bred to just fucking follow. But some of us, nah, I could be a new Moor. I'm still not gonna be jacking a whole lot of shit. Dead ass. That ain't gonna happen. So if I'm gonna respect this thing and I'm gonna hold this thing to a plateau that it's prestige enough for me, that's what I'm gonna do. So we gotta come out here and really battle shit. That's just what we're gonna do. And if I feel like I gotta take somebody out, it ain't gonna sound good. But that's gonna be a memorable moment, even for negative or positive. So I mean, like I said, man, it's on the people. It's always gonna be on the people. And then can y'all speak on like I don't know how to say this, right? But I know I be around these types of people. High prestigious Moors that's in position to do things and how they tend to talk to the youth. I'm not gonna lie, some of my elders do not talk right to me, but they can seem to have a conversation with somebody who's outside of them. Or I mean not outside them, but like outside their family or outside their immediate circle of who they deal with. I'm not a person who really wants to be around a whole lot of people, but I know some Moors who put themselves on a plateau who I can't even really speak to them on a real level. I can't speak about real things. I can't talk about the paperwork because the paperwork don't matter. I can't talk about my spirit because my spirit is not strong enough. My spirit is overpowering. It's overwhelming. It has a negative effect. It's always something. Always something. And to be real, some of us street Moors, once again, I don't know when to take that shit. And I don't be wanting to sit here and go back and forth with an elder when I'm supposed to be able to ask questions and I'm supposed to learn. Like, if I'm supposed to put something, if I'm supposed to put this knowledge, this science on such a respect that I'm supposed to walk and be almost godlike, why would somebody want to make me feel like I'm tainted and I have a negative energy? That is almost disrespectful to have somebody respect something so much and to leave something that was probably so negative to walk into another person that's just gonna spit the same type of venom in a different type of way and make it look glorious and make it holier than thou. Like sometimes when people speak about this science, they don't care how another person feels. They just want to be like a fucking pope or a priest to just touch you and you good.
Definitely agree with some of those points, but no, but Adam, I definitely relate to what you're saying. Yeah, we're gonna get to this conversation after the mission. Peace and love to you, brother.
I don't know, I might be rambling. I'm sorry, I got emotional real quick, but this shit it's not easy, man. It's not easy. And then when you run into the wrong type of elder, it give you a bad sense about this whole Moor shit. I got a bad feel with certain people with this Moor shit. I can't even deal with people who really got power, who really say they doing something just because of how they move and how they really are. As a person, some of these Moors suck. They suck. And me, before I was even knowing I was a Moor, I was a good person. Now with this shit, I'm almost like combative when people talk to me, to a point where I'm very much loving, but the elders who was in this, they don't make it easy. So once again, I'm sorry for rambling, but this shit and speaking to people who know about this, it'd be weird on how they talk. If you don't understand it, they'll talk to you weird. And when you do understand it, they talk to you even weirder. I like almost understand how somebody could be an outcast.
It's gonna rise, sister. I love that. It's gonna force you to be you, more you. You know, that's what it requires. Your best self all the time. All the time. You know, being your best self even when the times seem really intense. Rising above all that. And being accountable. Yeah. We do that, Brother Ikon, yeah, by being the example. By doing what we're doing. This conversation, you know, is so multi-dimensional. It's not just one level. Yeah, we're talking about law. But law, it covers everything. Do you know what I mean? So it's the spiritual and the physical. We cannot have a nation without the spiritual. We get the nation from the spiritual. You understand? And well, I know you understand, but that's something that I say. So forgive me. Excuse me. But it's like everybody's trapped in the mundane, and it is a spiritual thing. And our people, those of us who are on the spiritual side, they need to know the mundane side, and vice versa, you know. And for those of us here, we are in the balance, and so we are the examples because we get it, and we need to build upon our own powers. So we need those groups, because when we set up these groups for ourselves and we're holding space for each other, yeah, because right now we're holding space, but we're holding space for ourselves and everybody else that don't know. And so the frequencies do get interrupted because we have to dip back into the different frequencies to keep everybody at the same level, to make them understand, you get me? When we do need to hold space. So I propose that we all, you know, we have a call, and we do that spiritual work as well as the mundane stuff, and we have our own calls like this, just in private, and then we're able to bring that back out into, you know, into forums where the masses are able to access it, you know. I hope I'm making sense, because then we'll be able to filter that out in all our individual ways.
Yeah, I want to rise up Empress invoking voices, man. You're so right, and as I really have to affirm the great job that you and Mars are doing with that group, the matriarch group, and exactly what you're saying. Because when you're trying to be your higher self, not just being disrespectful with people, that's going to lower vibration. They kind of drag you back, as a story that Brother Sheldon showed us with the eagle and the bird here. So definitely see what you're saying. You know, we're just trying to help for all humanity, but as we can see, if you're not strong, they will pull you back down, you know what I mean, and stop you from what you need to do. So we give thanks for that platform that you have with the mothers, you know what I mean, trying to get the vibration and energy up. So definitely on you with that, sis.
Peace and love. I don't know why you're deleting the messages that Ash is sending in of Taj. Obviously, it's relevant to what everybody's speaking about. That's why he would be sending it in. The message will be in the messages, and then it will probably give you lot something to say, which would then give Ash something to say. But just Ash, for just everybody's sake, please, you round it up, and because I want to know why he was, I want to know what he was saying, so I want to know why he played it. Do you know what I mean? Exactly, study more. Some of us, and exactly what the Empress said, some of us are made to do these things. We're specifically designed and attuned. We chose this. Do you get what I mean? We foresaw this. We made the contract with the Most High Creator, Allah, before we came here. You understand? Into this paradigm. And therefore, we have all the knowledge. If one studies self, you know, as the saying goes, we will come closer to all of this. You know, I came into the knowledge through spirituality, through my divine path, through honoring myself. And so those who are honoring self will come to the truth too. And if they don't, then that is their truth. You get me? And how we can find these ways is astrology, numerology, you know, cosmology. That's our things. That's what we need to get to know. It's the truth. It's the truth. I'm so glad. Thank you. Give thanks to study more, because, you know, when we do study more, we see that when we come into the knowledge of being a Moor, it's just explaining that it's who we are. It's already who we are. We're already being Moors, innit? It's just we're being Moors without the knowledge of who we are, innit? So then when we have the knowledge of who we are, we see all the dis-ease amongst our people. Yeah, there's a dis-ease between the generations. There's a dis-ease between the genders, and there's a dis-ease, you know, within the genders, like the sisters, between the sisters and between the brothers. Do you know what I mean? And it's a lack of respect for self, a lack of acknowledgement and self-awareness for self. A lot of people ain't doing the work all round, innit? They choose a piece. I love the way I've incarnated, because the way I see everything, I've already had that wholesome view. And that's what Moorish science brings. It brings that wholesome view. Astrology brings this wholesome view. Numerology, it helps them. It's just what it is. There's no arguments. That's what it is. And you work with it. No emotions to it. Do you know what I mean? It makes sense. I'm going through an extremely intense time in my life right now. And the thing is, it's mad because it makes sense. And that's what's helping me to be still powerful and remain in my godhood and remain in my peace and be able to still be joyful and give love and receive love easily and move on to the next steps. The amount of growth that I've taken since this has all happened in the past few weeks is phenomenal. I'm impressed with myself. I'm proud, and I'm like, it's amazing.
Islam, peace and love to you.
I can't lie. When I see how Cujo, Ikon, I can't lie. I can see that this man really does want us to know this thing, because like the rest of the community is like, bro, even out here, it's like you could be a road man, you could be whatever. It'd be hard to talk to a Rasta man, bro, because it's just he's not able to listen. It's like with this thing here, it's like where they don't know the history of the situation, it's like they're the ones that it's very hard for them. You get me? Even Christians, you can kind of make them understand to a degree, but because Rasta thinks that it's a sovereign thing with Haile Selassie, not knowing that he sold man out, you get me? Not knowing these things, it's very difficult for a lot of them to see light on certain things. You get me? They just think they're children of the earth. They don't think nationality is important, but we're to show them.
Peace to the panel. I'm loving the discussion. I've got a question I'd like to pose to the panel, and it's just based on what Brother Ikon said in relation to raising the humanity, also raising the spirituality of our people, so-called black people, right? And the question I'd ask, and I'd like to be discussed in the panel, is with all the current forces that are out there, we've said hybrid European, we've got dirty Moors, we've got people that are misclassified themselves as black, Negro, coloured, and they're in a dead status. How long do we as national Moors that understand the information wait for that? Because isn't the new paradigm that we're going into not supposed to be about sacrifice, and shouldn't the fight for sacrifice maybe be?
Brother Ikon, can you play that message?
Yeah, big up. It's like fucking. But you know what I'm saying? What's really good? How low is it dropped and how good is it rolling? How'd your boys kill Trey? Yeah.
Killjoy. Here's the thing. Again, my bad. I'm not an expert Killjoy, but I'll tell you this one thing.
Humanity, also raising the spirituality of our people, so-called black people, right? And the question I'd ask, and I'd like to be discussed in the panel, is with all the current forces that are out there, we've said hybrid European, we've got dirty Moors, we've got people that are misclassify themselves as black, Negro, coloured, and they're in a dead status. How long do we as national Moors that understand the information wait for that? Because isn't the new paradigm that we're going into not supposed to be about sacrifice, and shouldn't the fight for sacrifice maybe be?
Did you get that, brother? Okay.
Yeah.
But when you said how long should we wait for what? That's the part that wasn't clear.
But Hassan, maybe you can finish his message. Finish your message, brother, so we can get it more clear. Let's just finish this too much, and then we can get back to the panel. Peace and love to everyone in the listening. Peace and love, Islam.
Yeah, big up. Study more. At Study More. Yeah, big up, bro. Drew Ali said he was gonna sit all the old Moors at the back, and he was focused on the new Moors coming in with their eyes wide open. Uncomfortableness in being a lone wolf
per se. But in reality, it's a thing like this. Like, out of darkness comes light, innit? Yeah, the sun respects the fact that it needs to be harmonious with the darkness that created it. But everything is drawn to the sun. The sun exists because of the darkness. We don't pay attention to the darkness, we pay attention to the sun. So there'll be a sun, bro, with the light and the knowledge. Let's let those people be drawn to you. Everyone else, they can fade back.
Peace, brother. Islam was peace and love to all the Moors on that live. We got Kujo, Ikon, Bay. Yeah, man, I just want to show some appreciation for you, what you guys are doing and spreading the word. I'm a firm believer of, slow motion better than no motion. I believe consistency is the key. So I just feel like, we just keep pushing on. We got peace and love. Peace, brother. Peace, brother. Just and just to add to my message, when I was saying about the sacrifice, obviously sacrifice comes in many forms, and I think sometimes that when we're waiting or we're speaking about raising someone's spirituality, I think that we kind of we make it seem as if it's such an easy thing in terms of, as we've discussed on the panel, Brother Cujo said it, Brother Sheldon said it, we can't force anybody to raise their vibration or accept the information or accept who they are, accept their ancestry, accept their bloodline. So those of us who know who we are and are willing, are able, are active, when we just say, okay, we will be here if they choose to accept who they are, but we're moving and the nation is building and this is what we're doing. This is the fruits of our labor.
That's what we are doing.
Exactly, that's what we are doing.
In your daily stride, you're creating the history as you wake up every day, sleep every night, and reawake to do whatever else it is you're going to do. That's it. I think most people, my thing is, people need to understand that this is not like there was a conversation I had with a brother the other day, talking about the zombie apocalypse.
Empress
It's like, what are we going to do?
Empress Khalifa, with your phone. Thank you.
And the brother, I'm talking to the brother, and he's like, what are we going to do about the zombie apocalypse? And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I got my piece. I hope you got yours. I'm like, kind of, making light of it, but at the same time, I'm making a point, like, if it happened, it happened. But no, I'm going to die a Moor. Whatever the last breath I'm going to take is going to be as a Moor. And that's the ultimate thing that comes of this. Any benefits that come of me saying I'm a Moor, that's extra. That's gifts that Allah has bestowed to me because of what it is that I put out there to manifest here. You see what I'm saying? This is why it's like, when you come into this, you're really not supposed to be looking for yourself. You are supposed to be looking for your nation. However, you looking inward to correct what you need to correct to be within your higher self. That's what's necessary. That's what's going to better the nation. That's what's going to make others see you and look at you as the representation that you're asking for. That's the sacrifice right there. Whatever you got going on and you need to correct and dispel and extract from you to be that empty vessel necessary, that's the sacrifice right there. So with that, I yield.
I just wanted to add to what Empress was saying. You'd be surprised at who's watching you. And you just being you and carrying yourself in a certain way, certain people that you wouldn't expect will come and approach you and ask you questions. those people that come in and approach you and ask you questions, chances are they want to know more. And those, sometimes they're just curious or whatever, and then they go about the business. But if they want to know more, that's when you tell them more. And like so many times in recent years, people have told me, like, I've been watching you, and I'm like, really? You know, and I know all Moors, like, I'm sure that's happened to Khalifa, that's happened to Empress Reese, I know that's happened to Cujo. You know, I'm pretty sure, Brother Ikon, that's happened to you. People that you would least expect are watching you and gaining inspiration or influence from you. So, technically speaking, you don't really have to worry about who is going to be on board or whatever like that. The right people, the people that are interested will come, you know, quote unquote, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear type of thing. The right people that you want to attract will come to you when it's necessary. So you don't really have to do much. So with that, I yield.
Give thanks for the show, Dan. I just want to shine at something. As you know, me and Brother Kujo is second week on the radio station, second strong, I should say. Brother Kujo was going to leave his club. I'm going to talk about it anyway. So I got a call from one of the managers yesterday and told me that my show has been suspended. My 2 Wednesday show has been suspended for 2 weeks because of the behavior of Brother Kujo. So I said to him, I mean, not being funny, but on that radio station, we're kind of open and we talk, you know, we can really talk about anything. I said, I've seen people being more disrespectful, people checking people's life on the other presenters, you know what I mean, disrespect other presenters, and that was happening. But I think it's a bit biased to me. So, you know, funny enough, the manager that's given the suspension, he even said to me, everything that Brother Kujo is saying, you can't rebut it, it's undisputable true, but it's the way that you deliver it, and if I could find another more that's more palatable to bring the information, if I can find an Empress also. But he's thinking, what we're talking about laws, right now, more people have a question about the history of the Moors. So if I could kind of teach more history lessons on the show when time I resume at the show. So I'm thinking, wow, like, look at we here, people in the situation, right, especially what's going with COVID. I mean, they're killing us left, right, and center. And we're trying to get our people to, you know what I mean, to nationalize and get them into nationality. But because I'm sure that's not the views of all the rest of managers on the radio station. I'm sure that's the views of our listeners. But for your personal view, you want to learn history lessons about the Moors, which you could go and read books and learn, because each and every time in the platform, Brother Kujo quoted books that we can go and read. But he actually wants the show to be, and then I'm thinking, is he an agent? Is he trying to stop the message I'm going? Because the more I'm looking about, it's not making sense, you know. So when you look at our people, you know, as a real establishment, this discussion, like you're saying, everybody's at different stage, and if they're really going to get information and get then it's better for us to spend less time, as Empress Reese is saying, go and continue what you're doing, you know, get for every day, be a more, live in your divine, do what you need to do, and who's going to find the place, stop paying attention at them, and, you know, I'm glad we're having this conversation because it's just teaching me more and more. That's what I need to do, because I know this is what I'm doing, you know what I mean, pushing out this message there is a divine, it's not even coming from me itself, it's greater than me, it's coming from ancestors and all divine of it. So you have to just be strong. Things going to come to try to break you from getting the message out there, you know what I mean, as you see it on a day-to-day basis, but you have to just keep on pursuing, you know what I mean, and do what you need to do. And it's great that we have brothers and sisters, as you're saying, that's vibrating on that higher level. So when I feel like a bit like I'm falling down, it's great to have more brothers and sisters like yourself to just say, you know, keep going. It's all about the struggle. I've been there, seen it, done it, so just get on and do what you're doing. You know, so it's wonderful. We got a few messages here. I don't know if anybody want to shine in before we get to the message.
I just want to shine in something real quick, Ikon, if you would permit. Just a couple of things, just to recap from the study more. So, coming in, and just kind of like my protocol, and I think Sheldon had mentioned this, is that as a learner, as a studier, I like to get as many sources of information as possible. So when I came in, I would watch DVDs, get on YouTube,
and I would listen to different experiences. Or I told people that if you would listen to the blog talk show, like I told one brother, I said for the first, like, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, I was listening to I don't know how many hours, because you learn a lot by listening to people's questions. I think Sheldon has said this. So a lot of times the elders, and I'm not speaking for them, so I'm not there yet, they're angry, they're pissed off, they're tired. They put in a lot of work. Like Taj is doing this, he's about 70, if not already 70. And his patience is probably very thin because they have different obstacles that they've had to endure while trying to do the work that they're doing. So that's the first thing, is that I know that there's a breakdown between male and female in the generations, but we have to recognize that for many of them, they have put in lots of time and resources and hope and built relationships. And the more that you learn, they have taught people who have turned out to be dirty Moors. And just like if you watch an old Kung Fu movie, you go to this school, you learn Kung Fu, and typically if you watch the really bad ones, like I had copies of my granddad's, there's 2 archetypes, there's 2 energies, an antagonist and a protagonist, that are fighting for the legacy of this temple after maybe the master has passed on, and they were taught at the same school, but they have developed different styles, and one has a positive vibe, one has a negative vibe. That's what this is, a cycle repeating itself. So what I would say to him is that all of old people aren't elders. That's number 1. Number 2, they may be short with you or curt with you because of the patience and the time, because they're looking at it like, and sometimes, I think that that's a part of it. But I will say this. It's kind of like if you got reprimanded from a grandparent or an elder when you were a child, you may not have understood at the time. Why are they yelling at me? I'm just trying to cross the street, because you might get hit by a car. So I would rather have that honorable elder Moor give me a lashing, as opposed to getting out here and doing something stupid and hurting myself even further. That's the first thing. Now, again, all older people are not elders, so that's I get that. And secondly, about witchcraft, let's break that down, because I think we don't want to get lost in the connotative. Is because the first part of the witch is to see, and then the craft is the power and skill to build. So we're putting the connotative negative energy on it when it just means someone that has that craft and the power to see, to be an alchemist, to however you want to call it, a white witch, a black witch, whatever. So when we look at witchcraft, we want to make sure that our alchemy and our skills, our periodic table is on point with what we're saying, what we're eating, how we're treating people that we love and respect. So witchcraft is what we make it, just like our environment. And I think there was something that someone said about something Ikon just said about the person at his radio station. It's just the media doing what the media does. And they're trying to find, you have that show, they used to come on and people would sing American Idol or something. And somebody may have a great voice, but they don't look quite like what we want them to look like. So we kind of push them to side, and we'll get somebody that looks like what we kind of want to look like, but they don't have the substance. So, I think as we all have in our different professions or careers or jobs or whatever, when you start to, as Sheldon says, live your life and be who you are, like I think the Moor said earlier about time is relative. So 2 minutes for me could be a whole day somewhere else for somebody, depending upon the situation in your consciousness. So I think, why are you in a rush? Where are you going? What you got to do? Why are you trying to make it count like you're doing an inventory? So remember that there is. I know that because we're here, we see tangible, physical, count, manage, money, totals, revenue, but the spiritual divine side has been neglected. And I think because a lot of the stuff that we need to do is us. Like the brother said, they're killing us. No, we're killing ourselves because we're not taking care of our bodies. And it doesn't cost much money for you to take care of how you take care of your body and be accountable for the decisions that you made when you were younger or when you made a bad mistake. You have to be accountable for that. So if you have certain immune issues or there's certain things that you're diabetic, or certain things that people have done to create that situation. The habits and the patterns and the attitudes and the mindset of our people is what we have to be accountable for. And I think, as we talked about that concept of we need to make the decision for them, that's a wardship status. Oh, they're not competent enough, so we are going to write this edict and declare all this land is ours because these Pickaninny, Aboriginals, these people, these savages, we want their backwards way of life isn't important. Even though we're studying them, even though we're greeting them, even though we know that, we still have to put the public image and the persona on how we view people. So just like the witchcraft, we got to be careful that it is what it is. It's how you come to it and manifest and make that happen. Are you doing it for the upliftment? Are you doing it for yourself? Or are you doing it to counter? And for those of you that study or are familiar with like diplomacy or nationality as far as nations, the 33 laws of power kind of thing, people were taught from a young age to be the leader of a state. You might have had one sibling that was really good at warfare. You might have had one sibling that was really good at finance or the treasury or the exchequer. You might have had another sibling that was person that would do the arts. Like whatever those talents are, you have to use them for the nation because that's the obligation of that situation. So we have a lot of people today that because they have a platform, and I know we have a lot of, particularly Cujo is very passionate about some of the platforms, but that just is what it is because people want to get views. They're the media. Like, it's like you're not really going to get good quality food at the at McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's you're not going to get, you got to go to a hole in the wall. And I can't remember, I think Cujo was there. I think we were in Pittsburgh and there was some I don't know if it was Macon or not, but it was one elder brother in the kitchen. And it took us like an hour or two to get our food, but I know it was going to taste good because he was the only person in there. So if we want quality, you're not going to see it in a mass-produced type of situation. It's not going to be a happy meal. It's not going to be something that's going to come. It goes back to that time situation. So I just want to finish my comments by saying this. Give ourselves the time and space to walk in your purpose. Know that don't disrespect another Moor, whether they're conscious or not, by saying you want to do it for them. To me, that's the ultimate form of wardship and control, is because the free will is for you to make a decision. If it takes you until you're 70, or you can get it. We have a lot of babies that are born that will know that they're Moors. Most of us on this call right now, most of us we didn't know that until we were in our 20s or 30s, or maybe even some of us possibly in our 40s, whatever. But the concept of what we have to do is a monumental task, and it's something that we can do. But I think that the imperative thing is that we have to make sure that we are walking in our purpose, and it's going to look different. And I think the more that we have these conversations and we hear, and I think that I thought about this, is that this platform is really cool because it's interactive in the sense that it does allow people to drop in. Like the brother said, he wanted to provide the quote from Taj from the lecture, but we're like, okay, we got that more. Just give me a reference point, because you want to be, self-determination is a part of this. So the mindset means that there's certain principles that we adhere to. And I think, yes, you want to get sources, but when you put the time in, you know your purpose, you're able to separate the wheat from the chaff. You're able to sift through the things, and then you want to ask the questions to gain the understanding. So the learning happens when you ask questions. And the elder Moors, the ones that are really on point, and they're gonna, challenge you a bit, and they may be curt, but when they're doing that, if you've studied them and know, then you have to take that ass whooping like a man or a woman, because that means that they care. They don't say anything. Now, some elder Moors may not respond that way, but you have to take that. It's not the only way to get a message out. but for some of them, that's how they came in, and some Moors keep that thing going on. So you just kind of have to decide, is it something that you learn from it? Can you step back and see, or was it something where just because they're older doesn't mean they're elder? So I yield the floor. Give thanks.
Peace for that, Mom. Beautiful. Yeah. And, we come from a generation where our parents used to beat us, and we kind of grew up and think, that's the way we should grow children, by beating them. But getting to the understanding knowledge, you realize, you can just talk to them, and it's the same effect. So it's where you're at. So I definitely agree with what you're saying. Everybody's going to receive the information different, and the way how it's supposed to be disseminated, that if you try to interrupt that, we're not going to be able to pick out who is ready, who is not ready, who's listening, who is not listening. So within the laws of nature, just let it flow naturally. And I definitely see what you're saying. Give thanks for that information. Yeah, what you want to shine in there?
Yeah, just wanted to add, we need to have some type of bomb sound effects that we can add in, because I'm listening to Khalifa go in, and I'm like that's a bomb, that's a bomb, that's a bomb. I was like, she said so much stuff there that was just crazy. So we really need to figure out a way. I got to figure out a way to have that bomb sound effect. But to add, I forgot what I was going to add to what you were saying. Oh yes, to add to what you were saying, just very briefly. This is the, if you want to say, answer in what Cujo is doing in a sense is the answer to what you are asking for, in a sense that, we have to figure out a way to cut down the time in people learning this. So Cujo's giving you short stuff, like short answers, and giving you sources to go check out. But then people are still going to ask more questions and discuss, which takes more time. So it's like, what did the people want, in a sense? You know what I mean? And it's just like the example that I gave, I think it was last week, about when you're going to play basketball. There's this one court that anybody who's coming up knows that's where the big boys play. You have to have the nerve and stuff like that to get on that court. And you want to test your skills. And when you go on that court, they'll embarrass you in front of everybody. Make you feel really, really small until you get your game up. Now, if that deters you from ever playing basketball ever again, then you never really loved the sport and you never really wanted to get into it. But that technically should inspire you to go work on your game. Take the time to work on your game. There ain't no magic pill that you can take. You have to, get up early in the morning and go shoot jumpers across the street. 500 jumpers a day or whatever it is. Work on your handle and then come back to the court and test your skills again. And so that's what it is. And if people, my opinion is, if people aren't ready to do that, then it is what it is. They have their own path. I mean, it's there's nothing you can do about it. It just is what it is. With that, I yield. There it is. Like, so every time Khalifa drops, or anybody drops a gem, because Khalifa drops so many gems, that thing would have been going off over and over and over and just drowning out everything she was saying, because she dropped so many gems. But yeah, we need that, yo. We need that.
Peace, brother. Let's get to this message. Peace and love. Beautiful, beautiful conversation. The rise of everyone in the listening. I want to make a road call. Shout out to our brother Noble Joseph. Shout out to my brother Noble Adam, Study Moore, Denzel Francis, right up brother. Shout out to D-Moore, Ash. Shout out to brother Ash and Naya Bay. Brother Isbay, I thought you saw you trying to come on the platform, but we've got so much on the platform, I can't bring in. But peace and love to your brother. Rise up to Empress Renee, Invoking Voices. I just Simone, rise up, brother. Rise up to Malik. Crystal, rise up to Empress Jennifer, Vincia Bay. bit of our brother, our sister, Gota J, Rise Up Empress, Kane Freeman, Rise Up Empress, Laura, also everyone who listens. Peace and love to you. It's wonderful to have you in the platform. Let's get you some of these messages in here. What the pun is saying. Peace and love, brother.
I just wanted it to be discussed because obviously everybody on this panel has got active thoughts and you all have greater experiences and have experiences with different things. So I'm just asking the question in terms of, based on the experiences you have, time that we're in, is there a cut-off point? Is there a time that you say, okay, let's build it, and if they want to come, they'll come? And that's just the question that I wanted to pose to the panel. So when I was talking about sacrifice, I didn't want to make it seem as if it was in terms of the literal sense how everybody takes it, but more in terms of maybe just we're not in the time of kind of having to save everybody, right? The people save themselves, right? No one's on the side. The priest is dead, as Brother Cujo always says.
Right. The priesthood is dead, you know, and those who do want to come together and form an organization, you know, a coalition or a collective, however you want to, you know, term it, they take that step. They feel that they're ready and they take that step. And when they're challenged, if they stand, no different than the court that, you know, Brother Sheldon was just talking about, you know, because you're going to have those who's going to test you. And when they come out the woodworks, you know, you see who's standing. Currently, for real, the only temple I see standing is Temple 5 in Canaanland. And this is why, like, I see why a lot of times sheep want to be just kind of to the questions, because the conversations can get so long. Not to say we don't love talking about the conversation because we've been deprived of it for so long, but if it's giving you a reference, we're giving you sources, we're telling you, you know, which sea moss to eat, we're telling you which dandelions to pick, telling you when the full moon is going to be out, absorbing energy, you know, they're telling you all this. And if you, it's on the person to apply it. It's on the person to apply it. Everything is there. Everything is there. So there is no more excuse. If you want to do it, then go do it. Go build it. There's nothing in the way except for your fear and your lack of knowledge. That's it. If you can overcome those two, then it can be done. That's it. Islam.
Islam, man. So right. And, you know, people, we're getting, as I'm saying, the more is we're giving so much beautiful knowledge and all, you know what I mean, all pages and all walks of life. And you'll be telling people all this that you're saying so beautiful, man. Then somebody come into the question and saying, so why did the Moor enslave our people? I'm thinking, how did we get in the conversation? Like, I'm showing you how to say it yourself, but no, but you're going to come back with some conversation of how the Moors, why did the Moors put our people in slavery? You know, so this low vibration conversation that people sometimes I can see kind of swing, and that's what I'm saying. Why did it always come? Because we're giving you food and food for thought, you know what I mean? And then you come with something that's not even relevant with what we're talking about. So yeah, we have to kind of rise above it. And I see that, you know what I mean, more and more when I'm on this platform, so the radio station with our people, you just read their minds that. But
yeah, I just wanted to add real quick. And this is one thing that I think you could strive to do a better job as, because when Cujo was on, when I was listening to that show was strictly supposed to be question and answer. And then once you allow one person to come in and go on this long diatribe of Haile Selassie and so on and so forth, that's not a question. He should be cut off right away or muted or something and saying that's not a question, so we're not addressing that for something like that. Because once that happens, then that opens the door for other people to come in, and then Cujo gets vexed and he starts cussing people.
I agree with it, Sheldon, and that's what right now I voted a rule for my show. You know what I mean? When I bring in how we're gonna deal with it, and definitely I can see that because most of our people, you say, they're listening to react instead of listening to comprehend, and that's what's been happening.
Right.
Let's get to
exactly.
And I said that, because I don't know if my message has gone through. So I just wanted to explain what I said about myself. I brought that in. It's because it is a lifelong thing, learning self. We're always going to be here as long as we're in the physical, and our people really need to find the joys in finding out about themselves, the uncomfortable truths as well as the comfortable ones, the weaker sides or the sides of ourselves that we need to strengthen as well, and right now we need success stories. We need to have that thing, our motivation cannot be from fear. Our motivation to rise, our motivation for unity, it cannot be drenched in fear. It cannot be drenched in anger. It has to be drenched in love, saturated in pure love, pure, pure love for life, to be better, to grow, for the growth of it. Do you know what I mean? It's what's one's intent. That's what comes first. What are you doing this for? Like they said before, a lot of us have come into it, myself included, into the knowledge and was going through a situation and kind of jumped the thing and kind of messed up and had to go back to the drawing board. I'm not ashamed to say it. I did have to do that. And so I see it's not. It's all about learning self, and becoming more in love with self. That's why we do it. It has to be from self-love. It cannot be because there's some dis-ease or like through the fear of the disease or through the trauma. It has to be for the love.
Greetings, Moors. Give thanks for this great reason, Greetings, brother Ikon. Yes, Rasta. Yes, because the people on Galaxy Radio and why I am listening to the version and the history them all over now. The message that that the version brought, send me back to even study more. Literally, already bought some books already and I have it, ready to go, Rasta, because most I told us to always seek secular knowledge, seek knowledge. You know what I mean? And I knew that I wasn't complete, So I know that we have more studying to do. So, no worry yourself, you're doing a great job because the message is going to reach who it's supposed to reach, no matter what. Love.
Give thanks, brother.
I love that. Give thanks.
Yeah, man, and I'm really glad that the brother enforces it. He's saying you listen to this information on the radio station, and but my brother and sister that messaged me and really love the information Brother Kojo is giving out. They're writing about it. Yes, continue doing this. But we have the managers now. It's like I'm saying, I the agents, where they're telling me, yes, the message is right, but it's the way or Brother Kojo is talking, and we said, okay, we understand what's going on. But it's great to know that at least people are benefiting from what we're saying, and that's what I'm saying. I'm going to rise above this. I was thinking I'm going to leave the station to be quiet. I'm going to leave it and just find another station to jump on. But I said, what? Let me just take my 2-week suspension, as just saying, for what happened, and then just kind of get back on the road and just kind of get back on track the right way. And that's what I'm saying. Empress VC and the Empresses. I think Brother Sheldon would be more palatable to talk to them more than Brother Kojo on the radio, but at the same time, the knowledge that Brother Kujos have and our people need that kick up the ass right now. They don't need that babysitting, spoon-fed shit. And if we kind of control the show, I think Brother Kujo will give more in that sense. And, probably having another mod there, an Empress will balance it out. But we're going to keep sharing the message because the people need it. And that's grateful. Thank you, Brother Dad. I'm glad that we reached out to you and your full journey that is making you grow. And that's the reason why I think I will just continue. Because it's a struggle and submission. And that's what we're here to do. Islam.
I just wanted to add, and I don't mind playing, good, quote unquote, good Moor to to Kujo's bad Moor. You know what I mean? I don't mind doing that, to ease a little tension, but let's, if there's specific questions, Kujo has superior knowledge to me on certain information, man. So, I mean,
that's right.
But, I could be there to ease the tension a little bit, if I can. But once again, like, remember when that talk that we had with with the brother there who asked me a specific question, and then I go into the answer, and then like 30 seconds in, he asked me another question, and I had to say like, yo, but that's not, I'm answering the first question. That question has nothing to do with the first question. And then I go on for whatever, 15 minutes, and then give all these references, and then at the end, he asked the same question again, like it was a whole waste of time. And then this is the reason why Cujo did that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I don't mind, man. I'll be the smiley face more. Cujo's the boy with the devil's sword. No, not the devil's sword.
Brother, sword. I apologize for my interjection, but come on, like this is mad. This is like the fact that we're and I know that it's putting you in a situation, right? But I'm just saying that I need help, and I'm going to tell the doctor, okay, you're going to give it to me straight, but okay, can you just change the way I heard the message that you told me. I can see that the passion and the anger, you're fed up, you put in all this time, and you still forgot everything I just said. So I think for some people, and I think everybody's had this experience before, they only target one part of what you said, and they miss everything else because of something that they've heard repeated. And just like we talked about witchcraft, right? So it's like when you're dealing with people, it's going to be messy. And I think from my political science part of it, constituents, when any type of, even from the quasi side, when you're dealing with people, it's messy because people are messy and you're taking on all of their things. And you've been to things, you've heard people ask questions, and they're mad at you, even though it's not your fault that they didn't know, but they're mad at you. And they have the gall and the anger to challenge you. Oh, you're not giving me the answer fast enough. Well, like you said, this is a question you asked me. Okay, well, I have a different question now. And then after you've given that answer, well, they ask the same question again. And so it's like, Ikon, when you mentioned earlier, you was talking about you want to make the decision for people. And so when you look at the kind of powers that want to be, they look at certain things and they want to manipulate it to a certain degree. So people are used to getting the manipulated, easy, fast drive-through answer, and it takes them a while to appreciate the long one. Just like I said before, if you get the elder that's honorable, you trust them, and they, embarrass you, like you said, you go to the court, you want to play with the big children, then you're going to get dunked on. So if you jump up, then you might be posterized. So it's like, are you going to take that humble L and know that it will be a victory at the end? Is what I want to say. Islam.
You're so right. Definitely can't let anything with that peace and love. But we keep going. We definitely see that there are people that are at different stages. Some people, they know that it's going to injection that's going to make them better, but they would rather you try to give them a tablet, and the tablet's not going to do the same effect because they don't want to go through the pain. So definitely see what you're saying. They want the help, but they don't want the way how the help is going to be given. They want you to find their way of you helping them. It's crazy with our people. Yeah. You want to share back in, brother? Right. Messages?
Yeah, just really, really quick, and to add on to what Empress Khalifa was saying about people focusing on that one little thing. I always consider that as the out, in a sense that if like when the Rastafarian guy was talking about certain things, and Cujo said, like, I studied under that. I have this book. I have all of this stuff. And he's just breaking down all the stuff that he has. And then you heard silence on the other end, right? Then once Cujo says something like, don't be dumb or something, that's the person's out. The person on the other end's out to like, oh, I don't have to listen to this or anything like that. And then they storm off, right? Because that in the fact that they're presenting information and then it gets trumped by what Cujo is saying, and how he knows everything. He knows what you're gonna say after that because he's been through that trend of thought, right? Then they have nowhere else to go but to wait for you to say something that they can use as, oh, you insulted me, so I don't have to listen to you anymore, and I'm gone. That little thing by Cujo saying, don't be dumb or something, that's their out. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people use that. Me personally, I don't like giving anybody an out. So if it's information or whatever, I'm going to give it to you nice, or wrong word. I'm going to give it to you kind and all of that stuff. I'm going to give it to you kind and all of that. And after that, like, you have nothing to say, and I'm not going to cuss you to give you an out to, like, storm out the door. Nah, you're going to take it. That's the way I like to do it. And that's just me. That I yield.
And I really want to ask Empress Reese and Empress Khalifa. I know you're going to have that question, Empress, but for me, my experience with especially with the matriarch group here, I'm not saying the Mars don't have their problem or the Empresses don't have their problem, but I don't see they have this type of egotistic type of behavior, especially when it comes to the males, man. Every time we have a conversation with the brothers, it always has to go into some argument. I don't know what it is. I don't see that the energy from the females at all, though. And I've seen a lot of females group, and they deal with their situation different. Even if they don't agree, they deal with it different.
It's there.
There too?
I think it's there. I think it because you don't see a lot of the sisters on platforms. But I'll let Empress put her interjection in as well.
It's kind of chipping out there. All right, let's okay, you're back. Empress, go on. You want to say something?
Sorry, I don't know what just happened. Sorry.
Did you hear the question asking?
Just the like the well, I guess rivalry that will go on between brothers with this information you were saying.
I've noticed females platform when females are having their discussion or whatever they're having. I don't see that even if they don't agree with each other, not the disrespect can go into that blown out argument, and you kind of went to the proportion with the females. I don't see that with the Mars, but with the males.
The difference between masculine and feminine energy in a room. I mean, it manifests different, like when you're really dealing with when you're dealing with women, it is going to be a lot easier. It is. However, I've come across my own I don't want to say headbutting, but I guess like collisions with females throughout the years, and even with elders, people who I've looked up to, and then it kind of got to a point where I feel like I hit a ceiling with you. I'm gonna just go a different way. I don't know why. I can't speak for a male in that respect. Why they just want to go off. But I know what you're talking about. I've seen it for myself. A lot of the times, if you're dealing with actual Moorish men, nobles, it's not going to be like that. They'll get their point across. They'll agree to disagree or something, and just, or I yield. You have your point. You peace be to you go your way, to me be mine, kind of thing. But it depends on the maturity. I think that's mainly what it comes down to. It's not necessarily a male female thing. It's the maturity. It has to be, because again, like, if you want to break down composition, everybody have masculine, feminine energy. Our estrogen as women showcases more for us to exemplify the divine feminine, and testosterone for the males are accentuated more for you guys to be able to represent the divine masculine. But we are all, we're all comprised of that energy. So it's like when you get into a room and you have these prominent connections just going, kind of like synapses just going off everywhere. You know what I mean? So, it's like, it can be overwhelming. And if you really don't know how to control yourself, check your own energy, know how to, know when to speak and when to hold your tongue. It's okay not to talk sometimes. It's okay. You're not showcasing weakness. You see what I'm saying? You're not doing anything but holding your stance. It's okay to not talk sometime and just kind of step back and just observe the room. I think more people, if they were willing to do that, they would get a lot further, especially with the questions that they would repeatedly ask, you know, because a lot of the times the conversation that they want to have is a conversation that'll get brought up just in allowing the leader or the head speaker to do exactly that, to speak, you know. But it gets to be a headache when, you know, you're invited somewhere and people just want to beat you up all over stuff they don't even know. They didn't even study. They didn't go through no trial and tribulation, but you have so much to say about it.
Wow.
You know, I'll shut up too. I'll be like, okay, since you know everything, do you?
Yeah.
You know? But again, it's just about being able to handle your energy, really showcasing that you're able to channel what you need to channel, manifest what you need to manifest, and avoid and protect when necessary. You know, those are the things that I feel I know will save a lot of people. You know, with that I yield.
Quickly, I just wanted to add on to that energy. That was great, Empress. I've been on, one of my former students had a big, I guess, platform in Clubhouse, and I was on there a couple of times. Boy, you would have think I went in, robbed your house. I went in, bopped your grandma on the head. I stole your car. Like, I mean, you would have think it was, and the energy came from the male side. And I'll say, sometimes it may come from an elder. So it's kind of like if you've been around a child that has reincarnated and they have a strong sense of self. And for some older adults or elders, doesn't matter. They want to shut that down for whatever their defections or problems are. So and I see this with the male-female energy within the conscious community on personal level, and there's some things I've seen, but I think a lot of times people can see you coming and they may want to try to, again, create another challenge for you to overcome. That's how you got to look at it. So I think the energy does manifest differently, but I think just like anybody that's, you have a purpose, you're going to face opposition. And I think it looks differently for all of us because we are made different. We have different strengths and weaknesses that we have to overcome in our own journey. So I think that I love that Cujo is a crazy soldier. Like if I needed to go to war, I would want to have an army of Cujos. And I think a lot of times, let's be honest.
Let's be honest. I'm with you, Empress. You know, funny that me and my Empress was talking together, and she said to me, you know what? If Noble Girardi was alive, he would love to have a soldier like Cujo to be his personal bodyguard. I think he would feel the safest. He was just saying that, and it's true. You know, all of us got our own purpose. And
yeah, who wouldn't even carry a pocket knife if war was outside their window.
You wouldn't need it, but that's the point. That's the point of, like, if we think about, like, when I was at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, they were talking about the soldiers that the Sultan had in different times in the different dynasties, whether it was talking about in Al-Andalus or in Morocco over there, and and we can't forget about the group of sisters that were also fierce warriors. Know that whatchamacall, he had his all-female group, and that was in that Asiatic tradition. The one that killed Gaddafi, he had all the sisters with him. Or you even look at Wakanda in that sense, or like the Amazon thing. So we have that balance. So what I'm trying to say is that that's a way of somebody trying to push down that warrior spirit. There's nothing wrong with that. We need that. And I think that when you listen to, if you've ever listened to like talk radio or those crazy, sometimes like even like conservatives or whatever, they're angry. They're fighters.
Yeah.
And that's a part of that balance. And for anybody to sit up here, we've had these debates, and I want to just go and smack people. I want to be like Pootie Tang. I want to go and just smack Moors all across the face and the neck about having these stupid arguments. Yes, the prophet, I'm sure there's some context of walking around without a pocket knife, because if you don't have something to protect you in these, where it's your knowledge of self, you still have something that's going to protect you. So it may manifest as a knife or a rope or for those of us in the U.S. Second Amendment, whatever, you have some protection, spiritual protection. Talked about witchcraft. So for Moors to act like we're only peace, the monks, I was in the temples in China. They study peace, but they also study the martial arts. There's balance. They were the ones fighting for the empire when the different empires would fall and change. They were the last protectors because they were trained from small children to fight. So they had the best balance. They had the spiritual divine side, but they could kill you if necessary. But they could also bring about restoration to the next empire. So I think we keep missing a point of, everybody's just love. No, because sometimes Sekhmet, if you guys don't know who Sekhmet is, maybe you want to Google that. Sometimes you need to study some of these female archetypes of that ancient divine goddess energy, and it's not all hugs and kisses. So I think that if those of you that have ever been around a sister that is heartbroken or on the verge of total collapse, you better step softly. So I think that we have to do more research and make sure that we comprehend our own ancestral energy, because it wasn't the manifestation of the energy was just the as we said, the good Moor and the bad Moor, to quote my brother Sheldon, right? So it was the positive attribute of that deity, and you had the negative attribute. It wasn't so much male or female, it was the balance, it was the polarity. So those of you that haven't read and studied the Kabbalion, you might want to put that on your list. So we have a lot of people today, on my last little tangent, that are out in front of us, and they haven't spent time on their own spiritual journey, and they think that they're one way, and they're going to cherry pick quotes from wherever, and think that that's the only way. Now, we all make mistakes. We all do things that we're our learning process, but we can't think that we're going to be the only nation in world history that never had an army. That is absurd. We're going to be the only nation in the world that doesn't have a clergy. And the priesthood may be just ceremonial for funeral pyres or whatever, but you have to have some type of clergy. Or if in the sense of we're in the modern times of the new paradigm, the priesthood is it, then you're going to be your own. You're just looking for that for certain things to do with the holy days and things that for ritual purposes. But we have to understand the components of what nationality is. And that allows everybody to be on their own ability to stand in their truth and walk in their purpose. Like, I just can't imagine having any nation say, you know what, we're not going to have an army. We're not going to have any defenses. We're going to put our priests out in the front, and they're going to defend us from attacks.
Love to defend us, yeah, doesn't make sense, definitely. Rise up, definitely. So let's get to some of these messages, definitely. Beautiful conversation we're having here. Rise up to our brother Ash, rise up to our brother Ash, rise up to our brother Little bit Adam Bay.
And to be real with you, they're going to have to get it from Cujo, because at the end of the day, it ain't even about speaking to them so we can feel good. You know what I'm saying? This ain't for their feelings, their opinions, or whatever else they got to say. This is really to give you knowledge of self. And once you learn from somebody who has a rough exterior, then you gotta kind of just take that, like the Empress said. I kind of gotta just take that ass whooping, and I do take those, and I make sure I don't be disrespectful. But at the same time, if he's gonna get crazy, let him get crazy. But he gonna have to show that he more crazy, but he knows the knowledge. You know, I understand that he's angry. And who want to be sitting here telling this story 1,001,000,000 times? Oh man, how many times do you want to get it? I get it. So, but I'd rather the rough spit fire. And what I think the sister's about to go into, especially with people asking questions. So now that I understand a little bit more, it can go like this. You're going to test me for no reason, but you're mad because I know some answers about some questions, but you won't do the diligence on trying to find answers to your own questions. So you'll challenge me, but you won't challenge yourself, which is purely okay. Just understand that because I did this and I know this, I challenged myself to even find out about this knowledge, and you did nothing. And you still do nothing. Meanwhile, you go with your feelings and opinions, which is perfectly cool. But in this world, your opinions and your feelings don't really count for nothing. So what you have in your brain and how you use your brain and how you articulate yourself would definitely work with yourself. So it's not about to get emotional, because now I understand I'm not to get emotional. I'm to be diligent with my studying and go forward.
Nope, we won't Cujo in there. Sorry, that's how it's gonna go. Oh yeah, definitely not excluding adding some other adepts to the panel when you're doing a radio show as well. You know, like show them what's up for it. Even mother speaking now, Empress Bay. You know, sister Empress Reese. You know, we told that, you know, balance of mother and father energy. I mean, but yeah, nah, man, you gotta support Cujo on the station, man. Like, they need this. You know, they don't need no more no comfort like that. Now we need master of the dojo type energy right now. I don't know how everyone else feel, but that's what I see from Cujo. You know what I mean? He's here to slap you in the back of the neck and tell you, yo, do your press ups properly, do your sit ups properly. You know what I'm saying?
Straight up.
You know, actually, me and you are in the UK, yeah, and I say this all the while. What I realize with the British people, you know what I mean? They always say Jamaican are very close to Americans, and the British people, like you catch a pedophile over in the UK, yeah, and they will hold him nicely, put him in a chair, and sit down and ask him, why did you rape the children? What makes you want to rape the children? You know, we want to do a psychological check and see if something is wrong with your mind while you rape the children. So British people got the approach that it doesn't matter what they do, they want you to talk to them nicely. And that's what I'm realizing, because for me, I come from Jamaica, it's like, you're acting stupid, you're acting like an idiot, and that's slapping in the head.
That's it.
What they're asking me to do is so anti-me, and I'm trying to find a way. And that's what I'm saying. So sometimes the culture over here is exactly like that. They want you to talk to them nice. And, you know, as I said, British sometimes probably could have brought information more palatable to them than about the culture. But at the end of the day, we need the yin and the yang, we need the balance. So it has to work, because right now they need shaking up. There's not really about that.
Can I add, brother Ikon? It's like, just really quickly, because I know you have messages and stuff, but like, honestly, when it comes to it, that's exactly what it is. You have those who are so sensitive, and they will slow you up just trying to figure out their emotions, while we're trying to let you know that feelings are deceiving, facts are what count. You need to study yourself and adjust and adapt how you need to in order for this information to work for you. You see what I'm saying? It's not about you wanting this how you want this. It's about you accepting this for what it is. Like, you literally have to carve out your custom fit in this. You see what I'm saying? But it's on you to adjust yourself to it. Cujo, he's been in this. And there's people coming to him for his wisdom and guidance. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, it's going to be disrespectful when people want to sit there and challenge him, and they're not even on the level. They haven't even read a book. Like, literally, like, these are the people. These are the people coming up, like what you talking about, Sheik? What you really saying? And it's like, what do you mean? What's your question? The man would ask straight up, what's your question? And they don't have no question. Because they didn't read nothing to have a question.
Nah. They come with you, some bar talk and some street side talking, and some barbershop conversation.
No, man, we have to like time and place to everything. Time and place to everything. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, okay, for instance, for example, right? Knowing that I'm on a platform and knowing that I'm going to be talking politics, there's certain things you're not going to hear me say. You're not going to hear me call my people black, knowing that I know what that is. I'm not going to do it. If it's kitchen table talk and people want to talk loosely just because it's a crowd of, my people, and I already know that they know what it is, and we're just kind of talking loosely, it's different. But it's time them in place. Like, you see what I'm saying? Certain things, when people come onto the platform, they should already know how it's going to be discussed or what's going to be discussed. Like Cujo said before, this is for the thick skin. You're treading the deep waters when you talk Moorish history, Moorish paradigm. You're in the deep. So if you need a floaty, you see what I'm saying? You might wanna just research on your own time a little bit more.
Yeah.
Until you can swim in the deep end.
Yeah.
That's just how it goes. You know? It's
Hey, yo, just real quick, I know you got to get to the message. I just want to say, medicine is bitter. If you get that stuff when you're a child and you like, yo, man, I got to get the cotton oil, castor oil. Medicine is bitter. It's nasty. It don't taste good. I'm like, oh my God. But guess what? Your mom, your dad, your grandma, typically for me, our grandmother liked to give us, because we were like, yo, I take it better from my grandmother than I do my mom. I know I can take it. It's nasty, but she's going to give it to me. I can take it from her, and it's going to help me. It don't taste good. And so for a lot of people, they're so acidic in their spirit. They're so acidic, and they don't know that they have to have some bitters to help heal them. So they want to have it, like somebody said earlier in the conversation about, like when if you learn that they take certain photographs of the food, but it's not necessarily food. It's like makeup artists that like color the food and place it, and it may not even be like a real burger or whatever. So when you look at the illusion of something, you want it to look a certain way, taste a certain way, and go down smooth and easy. But that's not what's going to heal you. You got to take those bitters. You got to take that nasty smelling, that nasty medicine, and that's what's going to make you better. It's going to get that out of your body. It's going to exercise that acidic energy, that cancerous energy that we have. So I just wanted to add that it's like, yo, I mean, and I think that it's a rallying point that people need that. And then there's some of us that you got it because you see that there's no confusion. There's no part of what Cujo does that is confusing. And I think that we have to make sure that people know that medicine is nasty, and if it's going to be something that you got to take, then you got to take it. Islam.
Exactly. Thank you very much again. Yo, all I have to say is this. Empress Khalifa, if you don't make yourself regular on this on stereo, you and I are going to have a problem, you know. I might have to pull up a Cujo and start. I might have to pull a Cujo and start cussing you, you know.
Because me.
Yo, there's like so many bombs and freaking liquor shots and everything that you're pulling off here, boy. Like, please, you're jeez, man, jeez. You're lashing me hard, girl. You're lashing me real hard. Yo, that's true. I mean.
Boy, see, I don't understand. There's something
you know what I'm saying?
something about when the mother speak is like, whoa. And the brother Kuja is saying the same way, but I have received what brother Kuja is saying, but when the mother says it's like, you can't really add nothing or take away nothing from that, can you? You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying?
Emotion is just like, mom's talking.
She said it. Medicine don't taste good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and people want like, people want it like, okay, well, can you put it in some grape juice? But then some people don't like grape juice, and okay, well, I don't like grape juice, so can you put it in orange juice? And then the next person, I don't really like orange juice or grape juice, so you can put it in tangerine juice or whatever it is, right? It's like, no, it's medicine, take it. It's in a spoon, take the shot, you know, deal with it tasting nasty. The nasty taste doesn't last forever. It lasts for a couple of seconds. You know, until you burp, and then you burp back up that nasty taste.
Yeah. All part of the process.
Yo, Khalifa, man, jeez. And she brought up the Kabbalion. The Kabbalion is one of my top 5 favorite books. If people out there are listening, read the Kabbalion and study the Kabbalion. That's one of my top 5 favorite books of all time. With that, I yield.
Empress Reese also, you know, been dropping some bombs, you know, I mean, overly strong.
Yeah.
As around, it's a different reaction. And you know, especially you just bring back when I'm going to Jamaica. Yeah, I come to near the UK right now. I mean, and you know, my missus, she's born, she grew up here, and she would say to my son, "What do you want for breakfast? What do you want for lunch? What do you want for dinner?" I'm like, "Huh?" In Jamaica, it's like your dinner is ready, your lunch is ready.
Yes.
To eat, you get what you
Absolute truth. That is absolutely
Yes.
But yeah. Mm-hmm.
like my family's. I'm first generation born up here, this far north, right? Everybody else is from the island. I would say like the past 200 years, and everybody else is from the island in my family. On my mother's side, on my father's side is a bit more diverse. Like it goes into the Ottoman and the German, and you know, I guess that's where you can say my light skinness came from in the recent years, you know. But I digress. But like what you were saying though, it is what it is. What's supper is supper.
Mm-hmm.
If you're hungry, there it is.
Mm-hmm. If you don't eat it, if you don't eat it,
you know what I mean?
That's on you. It's not like what you want.
And then they dare you to go sneak in the fridge after when they just served you a whole plate of food.
Yes.
You see, you see, it is a different world. It's a completely different world. Like you said, they're trying to pacify pedophiles right now.
Yeah.
They're trying to appease to them to make society aim more towards that being the norm. You know? Mm-hmm. That can never be the norm. That can never be the norm. I don't care what the media say. I don't care what anybody say when it comes to the energy, when it comes to the energy of the people, the ones who really know. Any pedophile is dead amongst us. Mm. It's not even a question. You're going to find jackals gnawing on something by morning. You see what I'm saying? I already have to deal with that type of energy in my family.
Crazy.
Something going to go. You see, it's something going to go down. And it's like too many people are too afraid of what somebody outside may have to say about how they live. And that's how, and this is why we even having discussions like this. We have to get back to what it is we know is right. Are the mothers and fathers of civilization. When you're talking about pedophilia, you're talking about a savage, low-based energy.
Mm-hmm. Beast.
A man that literally can't control himself. Mm-hmm. Or a woman. They're out there.
Bestiality, yeah, that's it.
We beat that out and we've evolved from that so far, and people want to come back again and want to talk about it's normal. They can't control how they feel. The fuck you can. Excuse my French. Mm-hmm. We're talking children though, so I get sorry. But it won't be mine. It won't be mine. And it won't be nobody next to me. I guarantee you that. Guarantee you that. And we can't keep pacifying these people who want to talk about feelings. Feelings can be deceiving. Mm-hmm. Learn your facts and go from there with your feelings. Mm-hmm. With that idea.
Islam.
That's real. You know what? And that reminds me too. Baba told us when we were younger, if he cooked anything that would cook it for a month. Enough said right there. Enough said right there.
That's
That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. That's extreme though. 1 whole month. Wow.
And the thing is, we never like everything he cooked, because like I said, I grew up with my father, me and my sister, my father. He's an incredible cook. Everything he cooked, we ate. Everything. And I mean, children weren't eating Brussels sprouts and all that stuff, and we're like, but it tastes good. The way my father cooks it, tastes good. He would cook liver, right? He knew how to cook it so that it wouldn't taste like leather. He knew how to cook it tender and all that stuff, and he cooked it, and we ate it. But he always said that, and we never disliked anything. We never disliked anything that he cooked. But he always said that if he cooks anything that we don't like, he'll cook it for a month.
And you see, as parents of our children, this is one of the biggest problems, because as you say, my mom used to structure out for the week, for the strong what she's going to make. So we'd have vegetable, hard food, then you have rice, then you have meat, then you have vegetables. So you get a mixture of food. Really, children, if you ask them what they want to eat, they will tell you they want McDonald's every day. You know what I mean? KFC every day, and there's no nutrient in that. So that's why you can't put it on children. The decision, you have to be the adult and know and be responsible with the knowledge you have and realize you know what they need to have a balanced diet. You can't ask them what they want to eat because they're going to tell you no if it's not something they really like. So you just give them what you need to give them, and I'm going forward with that with my young one right now. So yeah, that's a perfect way to go forward. But let's get some of these messages. We've got a few messages here. What everyone listening said. Peace and love to everyone. Give thanks to the panel as you ride the nation. Peace and love. Rise up, Ikon, man.
Islam. Yeah, 100%. You definitely got to want this for yourself because for me, when I come to the information, I came across Kudrat over here and he told me that I'm just a Negro. He said, I'm just a dumb Negro, and also told me I didn't have no nationality. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, excuse the language, but what's he talking about? He must be smoking. And then I had to go and research. I had to prove to myself that I did, and I didn't. In the end. So it's one of them things, it's a personal thing, a personal journey, and I suppose everyone is going to be at different times. It's like a lot of people, I didn't just hear that and get in my feelings. I had to prove, or maybe even prove him wrong, and prove to myself that what I'm hearing is not right. But I saw all the receipts, so I haven't really been taught anything. I've just been given references, and I always got to make sure I see the receipts for myself. Boy, our people, they're very, very emotional. I've been told I'm an emotional person, full stop. I'm a Taurian, and I can get a bit passionate every now and again, but they're more emotional than me because, it's like it really hurts them. I think the first thing that hurts them is that they're not black, so they feel that you're taking something away from them. And they feel that they have nothing, and now you're taking the last thing that they've never had. You know them one there, but anyway, big up.
Yo, I just wanted to add real quick to what the brother just said. That's exactly the approach. I would say that's the approach that you should take. Wanting to go and prove what Cujo's saying is wrong. That's what that's what one of the elders did. Cujo did a YouTube live about that, and that's what the elders did. Like, Cujo said something to the elder, got him so pissed, and the elder said, I'm going to prove you wrong. And when the elder went and got the information, he realized that Cujo was correct, and then the elder came back to Cujo, humbled himself, and then from that day on, Cujo and the elder have a great relationship. So the fact that you did that means that there's a level of I would say, in my opinion, there's a level of honorability with you and really wanting to get at the truth that you want to say. And that's what it's going to take, because people that don't really want to know, they just want to be, they just want to be right or wrong and strong type of thing. So that I yield.
Yeah, no, I agree with the brother is saying about meeting the people of that just come at this hadith talk, because that's some 50-year-old child stuff, and it's like you don't even want to be rude, but then it's like you're being rude. We can't do this anymore. We can't. We're at this age now. We got coronavirus. You got all these things. It's literally, bruv. It's not that time anymore for us to be like playing around with it anymore. This is like right now when we was in the mountains, back in wherever in the Caribbean islands, and we was the Moors in the bushes. We woke up, we understood that we were in the plantation. We were trying to tell people, look, come back to the plant, come out of there, come with us, and we can try to take this shit over. This is how it's always been. And every Caribbean island, every place where apparently slavery happened, where they said it happened, we've always been people that have always been trying to get away from these people. Then there's always been people that have been cozy with these people and letting these situations happen, selling you out. Get me? It's always been that same sort of thing. But in eventually we'll get over it, man. We'll get through it. Everyone here that's speaking, everyone that's here, tuned in, knows what's up, man. Knows the dope. We're not in the plantation, man. We're out there. We're trying to get everyone else out there. Eventually we will, though. To be honest, it's like being spiritual. There's different types of spiritual. There's the ancient spiritual, and there's kind of new agey kind of spiritual, which is kind of like, it's one of these things. This love and light stuff is not helping us as a people, because it's like, how love and light are we gonna get? It's like, love and light as much as you want, but it's like, the truth of the matter is, we have to get back into our birthright, and that means if we're stepping back into being Moors, we're stepping back into being step back into our birthright. We need to practice our birthright. We need to dress that way. We need to think that way. We need to separate ourselves. Just like I said, breakaway society. You have to break away and just genuinely just have like a distinct culture, a distinct way of being as a group. And I think that will help more. I think. Yeah.
Peace to you all. Peace to you all. I appreciate this forum. It's very needed. I have two questions, but I'll give the other question in the other bubble. It's correlating to what the Empress was talking about a couple of conversations ago. What do Noble Drew Ali say about protection, about army? I've been reading a bunch of his literature, and I'm familiar with him saying that we don't need guns. But how do we preserve a nation if we come to, how you say, a problem with another? Peace again. Second question on this second bubble. I'd like to say my name is Malik. Obviously, I'm still using the straw name. Haven't been transitioned yet. But I'm having problems as far as the temple Moors and Moors that is not in the temple. Which way should I follow?
Peace. Well, I had a whole thing else to say, but I just want to speak on what Brother Malik was just asking before I forget. His first question dealing with the militia. That's one of the requirements in order to establish a nation, a militia. Now, what type of arms they hold, I mean, that's relative to the people, you know? I mean, you see people turn a pencil into a weapon. So it really is dependent upon how skill set you are wanting to join a militia. As far as Noble Drew Ali, his information regarding, don't carry a pocket knife, also to where he says, you're backed in the corner, drop the world on them. I would say that's really dependent upon, again, the individual, as how far of an extreme do you want to be when it comes to preserving your peace? Because that's ultimately what it comes to whenever you would be willing to draw a weapon, I would think. Someone's threatening your life, someone is coming at you aggressively, like whatever action that would cause harm to you, to where you would have to raise your hand, whether it be barehanded or it be with an enhancement, is dependent on the individual. But for someone to say, to use Noble Drew Ali's quote saying, you don't have to even carry a pocket knife, I believe that was more so towards us actually being a collective, not a questionable collective, just a collective. And when I say a questionable one, I'm saying that because of the ignorance that is abroad, that the little that the masses do know, to where you would see a Moor with a rifle just walking around, not knowing that he's really there to protect you. You just see a dark-skinned brother with a gun, He could be armed up. He could be with his vest. He could be all in black with his fatigue on, knowing that clearly he's in a position to where he knows what he's doing, but someone would still want to come out of their face to call him a domestic terrorist because they don't know. They don't understand his position within our nation. You see what I mean? So again, it gets tricky only when one doesn't study and is able to really levy themselves accordingly when it comes to this information. Because again, yes, you are getting a lot, but it's truly relative on in the person is relative upon the person of how they digest this thing. Because you have those who want to gorge it down and think they're the ultimate computer machine and they can just take this. No different how they speed read in high school to pass the SAT. They think that's what this is. Okay. If that's where your brain is at, okay. You know? If you fuse or short circuit because of that, that's the risk that you're taking. Because any more with sense who got into this and who's still in this will tell you to take your time. So, the second question, dealing with temple Moors or not being a temple, I will say that you should use the temple for what it's for, which is for information. You shouldn't turn your back on a place that's actually established to teach you information. Now, be it right or wrong, that's dependent upon your discretion. Your study will give you that. Your study will make you see with the eyes you need to see and have the ears available to pick up on things that you need in order to advance your path. So that's something that only you can answer, to be honest. You have to figure out what it is that you can find out of the information dispense, be it in the temple or out, and use that to advance your life, because this is something that can really open up doors for you if you allow it to under the right conditions. Your intentions do have to be pure. It can't just be about finance or some kind of gain outside of the gain of you being your better, higher self. Anything else outside of that is, again, a bonus, but that's not dependent upon you to dictate per se. Again, it's about what you gravitate to you, what seeds you plant for you to reap what it is you're going to reap from the situation. But yeah, with that, I yield. I forgot my other message. It may come back. If it comes back to me, then I hop back on. But I yield. Really, Sheldon? Islam. I just want to add real quick. I think that it's all about mindset, and that's going to be my hashtag for the next year. Knowledge is a weapon. It can be used to protect or to harm. Those of us that have certain certifications and training with certain things that are classified as weapons, if you have something, you want to be able to protect it. And I think one of the things that we have today, again, with the gloss of the mindset of what people think something is. And so if some of you know that a yo-yo used to be considered a weapon, like a toy that we have as children was once used as a deadly weapon. And I think somebody had just mentioned, maybe it was the sister, that a pencil can even be used as something to defend yourself. So something can protect you, and it can also be something that can use to defend you against someone. I would suggest that we have to keep in mind that there has been a concerted effort to control the literature and even the sayings or some of the things that people have around the time of the prophet. So we only have a little bit of the information, at least that's public. And there's certain elder Moors or certain other Moors that they don't want to share information, or even though the prophet said he came to release all the secrets, but people want to hold on to certain things, right? So for what we have, we only have a little bit of information. And I think the brother had mentioned this earlier. I can't remember who it was. It was a message. He was talking about breakaway society.
You can. If anybody's ever been camping before, been out in the woods, you know, it's if you're talking about like off the grid type things or just breaking away, it's hard to do that for some people. It's a challenge, and so I think we have to be careful of going from one dogma to another dogma. So people get so rigid-mounted and ritual in the exterior, they're forgetting the divine side. So remember, spirit just means to breathe. So the divine is that kind of universal application of knowledge of self and understanding the principles of dwelling on the universe in this plane, this simulation. So it's imperative that we comprehend that while there may not be an exact quote, I don't know if somebody may have to correct me. I don't know if we have any audio. Do we have any speeches that were recorded that Noble Drew Ali has given? Any speeches?
So that's one thing that I always question.
There's no video.
There's
nothing.
Yeah,
No, nothing.
That's one thing.
Like so not to mention, right? Not to mention.
Can I just say that we know he exists. We know he has been in convention.
Right.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I don't want to put it out there like we talking about a mystery man now, like trying to turn him into like Jesus.
No.
Jesus. I know they definitely put his work in, but they refuse to give out certain information that they know will free us, and that is the issue.
And I think the point that I'm making is that's a powerful thing for media, is that you hear the voice of someone.
Yeah.
And so what I'm trying to get to is that you got all the way, I think they got recordings from the 1860s and 70s and early, like the latter part of the 19th century, you have recordings. You have photos. I mean, we do have, so what the point I'm making is that there's a concerted effort to limit that connection. And we know the power of, typically when you hear someone, you can tap into something. It's a powerful thing, this voce that we have. So the point I'm making is that we have information that has been filtered, that some people have gotten out and shared with us that they weren't supposed to, and other elders, they've held on to it and kept it, and because they couldn't trust people, they didn't know what to do with it, so they held on to it. Other Moors are just holding on to it. Who knows? So the point I'm making is that there's so much power in the voice that we have, and to hear the amazing, or even if his voice was very deep or low or tiny or whatever, I think that's a point that I'm trying to get for us to see, is that for what that we have to do the best that we can with that information and according to divine universal principles. Make it make sense. It makes sense. It's reasonable. It's rational. It's helping uplift people. It's not something where you're trying to charge people thousands of dollars. Like, that to me is just crazy. But I guess before I can end up my tangent, is I want people to really grasp the concept of you are accountable for you. There's no one coming to save you. You have information. We have reference points. There's all kinds of websites. There's information. But at the end of the day, when you tap into that part of you, when I was in South Africa, we went on this kind of reserve thing, and this guy was talking about the Khoisan people. Now, the pejorative term is a saying bush. And what they would do is that they would have this thing where they would basically go into like a deep...
Empress Khalifa, I don't know if you move away from your phone, but your audio is on a bit funny. Yeah, can I just get that?
So, I apologize. So I would say what they have is this part where they tap in. And they would basically kind of go outside of the body and tap into like the ancestral, the Akashic records in order to remember where water was or to remember something that they may have forgotten. And he would just tap on his chest 3 times, and his body would be there, he would be moving, would be talking, and he would be going to trying to find, okay, we need to get water, we need to find, I know the ancestors had some water, buried under the ground, they had some food cached away. That process doesn't cost you anything. That process isn't something that's going to require you to go to somebody else and to get an answer to your question. If we just take the time to put that effort to tap into our purpose and what we're doing, it's not going to cost us a lot of money. It's not going to cost us a lot of time. It's not going to cost us a lot of energy. It's not going to cost us a lot of money. But if we just take the time to put that effort to tap into our purpose and what we're doing, it's not going to cost us a lot of money. It's not going to cost us a lot of time. It's not going to cost us a lot of energy. It's not going to cost us a lot of money. But if we just take the time to put that effort to tap into our purpose and what we're doing, it's not going to cost us a lot of money. It's not going to cost us a lot of energy. It's not going to cost us a lot of time. It's not going to cost us a lot of energy. It's not going to cost us a lot of money. But if we just take the time to put that effort to tap into our purpose and what we're doing, it's not going to cost us a lot of money. It's not going to cost us a lot of energy. It's not going to cost us a lot of time. It's not going to cost us a lot of money. But if we just take the time to put that effort to tap into our purpose and what we're doing, it's not going to cost us a lot of money.
It's just going to cost you that time and attention. So to answer the brother's question, with the resources that we do have, the Noble Drew Ali left us, and we know that there are some discrepancies between people who are saying, well, this was included in this definition of the Circle 7, or this is a part of. So we have this back and forth, but at the end of the day, you have to make it make sense and be accountable for what you want to do. Islam.
Islam. I just wanted to add real quick that I remember. Well, first things first. Empress was just talking about, isn't there a recording? All I'll say is this: if there's a recording of Garvey, because I've heard a recording of Garvey, there has to be a recording of Noble Drew Ali. That's just being hidden. Somebody has that. Just the same way as we know that Dr. Ben has a PhD in Moorish history. In order to earn a PhD, you have to write a book, and that needs to be peer-reviewed. So somebody has that book, and it's not letting that book out. Right? So just wanted to say that. But in terms of the brother's question about the army, wasn't there in it's not I forgot what it's called, or is it oral statements by the Prophet? It could be oral statements by the Prophet, when they talked about how during a convention or whatever, Moors came in tanks and other military vehicles and stuff like that. So Cujo mentioned that. So if Moors have tanks and all that stuff, then chances are they had a military, or they had some type of weaponry. And then to tie into what Empress Risi was saying, the Prophet did say, if paraphrasing here, if you're in trouble, flee, but if you can't flee, then drop the world on them. Right? So, it's up to, it's kind of up to interpretation when he says you don't even carry a pocket knife. That's up to interpretation, I guess. You know what I mean? If you're just walking in the street type of thing, don't carry a pocket knife. That has nothing to do with whether or not you have a military or not, in my opinion.
Right.
But anyways, with that, I'll yield.
Can I clarify something that you said, just a minute, Are you talking? Did you say oral spaces? You saw that information. What do you call it? Do you see that information with the tanks? Oral statements of the Prophet. There's a whole bunch of stuff. He predicted, Obama being president and stuff like that, and Biden being vice president. He predicted that. He predicted a whole bunch of stuff. He predicted, military with bayonets are going to be at specific stores, preventing people from going in, and that happened when I think it was Louisiana. Was it not Louisiana? Where did the flood? What was the flood that happened just a couple of years ago? That major flood.
Louisiana.
It was Louisiana. Okay, yeah. When the dam broke.
Katrina,
yeah. Right, and they talked about that. People were trying to get food for their families and walking through water, and there was like military or whatever at the stores with guns, and they had bayonets on them. I remember that was reported. So yeah, these oral statements, the Prophet just predicted a whole bunch of stuff, right? So
even with the men, the scarcity of the real men walking the streets.
Oh yeah. That as well as yeah, that's true. And as well as he also was talking about the $20 bill is not going to be worth anything. People are going to be walking
right over it.
You know what I mean? That's coming up.
Powerful.
So, RVBaypublications.com. I do want to interject that.
Right.
Say it again.
RVBay Publications, RVBay, BEY, publications.com.
Beautiful. And I'm really glad that we came to this point, a very interesting point, and it really made me start thinking that, audience of our great Prophet Noble Drew Ali is really been hidden. And when you look at Marcus Garvey's around the same time I came, and there's so much recordings of Marcus Garvey, and you wonder, because the energy and the vibration behind his voice, they really silence him. And even to the way, the more knowledge, it's been so secret. It's one of the most secretive knowledge I can think, because I've really started to step into what's going on with us over the years. And, you know, I've never really bucked up on anything to do with nobody. You have to actually go and dig to find it. It's so hidden. When you look at that, you know there's definitely for a reason, because they know the power behind that. There's so much that they don't want to hear his voice, because probably if they hear his voice, it's going to turn on something to us like that. And they know this.
Can I say as well, like, no, like, if people, and this is like, not strictly, but mainly geared towards my Caribbean people, because we clutch Marcus Garvey close, you know, and coming into this information to hear that he was the harbinger, the forerunner, you know, like, he was setting out pathway no different than St. John was setting it up for Jesus to come. That's what we're talking about when we say Marcus Garvey preceded Noble Ali. Like, he just laid it out like, okay, bro, your turn, you're up. And Noble Ali came and said it all in perfect alignment just by saying we're not Negro, color, black, Indian, Ethiopian. You see what I'm saying? They knocked out. It's like they knocked out the ultimate piece for us to just come together like the perfect pyramid when they exiled Noble Ali. Because if it wasn't for Noble Ali, you wouldn't have nothing else, black whatever, after the 1520s. You wouldn't have nothing else, because they had already shut down from when they shut down the Black Star Line with Garvey. There was nothing else after that for a little period. And then you have Nation of Islam come, knock over the feds, and then give people the same thing Noble Ali was talking about, but calling them an X instead of calling them a title, an actual title, El Baghdadi Ali, you know? That's what happened. That's what's going on now. You got people in the Nation of Islam who have their title and still won't bestow people their title. Like, not even bestow, but to let them know that it's there for them to pick it up.
Yeah.
Because the U.S. can't give it to you. It's in the Constitution. They can't bestow titles of nobility. It's not on them. I can't speak for your Constitution, but our Constitution on this side tells you that the U.S. can't bestow titles of nobility. So it's on them to pick it up.
Yeah.
That's it. You know, and I do want to add on a point that I remembered from before. The brother was talking about you know, slaves and so many of our people, you know, it's kind of like they're in a prison and they're going to be free. The reality is that some of them won't. Most of them won't. Like that, it's there for a reason. You have people who need to be in a box. You have beast people out here, zombie crazy people out here that need to be on their own island in a box somewhere. That box isn't going anywhere. What we're trying to let people onto is that they placed you in that box unbeknownst to you, because they kept this information from you. And unless you're privy to the information, you wouldn't even know that there's a box to begin with. So now it's like, okay, when we're showing you this information, we're putting you onto nationality, we're telling you about your birthright, we're telling you how it's tied in with blood. Can't nobody take this from you, because it's the position that you were born for, because Moors are born that made. Like, you need to have that fire, that passion, that the audacity, the gall, the you know, courage to want to pick it up, because this is not for the meat. This is not for those who just want to lay there. Absolutely not. So definitely be cautious of, like, you know, just the pipe dreams. Just the pipe dreams. Not everybody's going to be free. You definitely have to work for this. No different than like with Thor. Like, I don't know if you guys, I love anime and stuff like that. So like with Thor, for me, like with the hammer, I think that's the perfect analogy. Like he could grab the hammer, but he couldn't really control it. And he knew how to control himself and really hold in onto his, you know what I mean? His power. To wield it how he needs to wield it when when time was necessary to call on it. You see what I'm saying? Because sometimes the hammer would be stubborn. It'd be stuck in a rock somewhere, and he there trying to call it, you know, I don't know, damn, Hulk could have his foot on his neck, and he's there trying to call for the hammer, and it's not moving. Yeah. He's not in his higher self. He's not, you see what I'm saying? He's not focused where the energy is drawn to Satan. You gotta know, representative, to know how to bring that down when necessary.
Give thanks, Emperor.
You know, Islam. I hear.
Empress Khalifa, do you want to shine yourself?
Just quickly, I just wanted to, when we think about the concept of defense, if you go back and you look at in any historical example, right? I remember two examples. I'm gonna, and this is how vivid. I'm a visual kinesthetic learner. That means when I see things, I remember them. When I hear things, I remember them. When I do them, I remember them. There was a debate where Polite was talking about Noble Drew Ali. And he found some random quote from somewhere, and he made it seem like Noble Drew Ali and Marcus Garvey never met each other. So I remember that day, I put a note, because I'm the person that takes notes. Because when I first came to this, I have like notebooks full of information. I Googled it, and an article from the Chicago Defender popped up. It talked about his experience, Noble Drew Ali, as he was going around the South, and he had met, and he came back and he had met with Marcus Garvey. So when I mentioned that earlier about the recording, is that when you have a source of information that puts something in a certain space and time, for some people, that is just one way to distract, or they'll find a way to try to prove their point. And if someone just listens to what they say, or listens to that one quote that they pull from somewhere, but that's a part of our knowing, having the competence to know that you want to make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to do. And I think there was something where Ali Muhammad, he did a debate with, I can't remember who it was, but he attacked Noble Drew Ali the whole time. I don't know if it's still on YouTube. And I think you can even go back to like the Sarah Sunseti versus Aline Bay debate, where you have this kind of culture, and that's kind of where that it started. We kind of, that was the starting point of this. And I think for some wars, depending on where they are, because there is a quote talking about some of the best wars being in the churches, we have to make sure that that we are preserving sources of information, and we do provide those. Most of us do a good job of providing those. But I wanted to say that to share that it's just an easy thing to think a bit differently. So while we are born Moors, if you don't have the mindset and those abilities to unlearn certain things and to train yourself again, to develop the habits, to make it muscle memory to the point where you're doing these things automatically. So that divine side, not spirit just means to breathe. But we have to look at this from the perspective of when I'm talking to someone and I have a way to tap in, and you are a certain person, you can kind of tap into things. There are certain Moors that I met in person, or you listen to, you had an interaction with them, and they were nothing like they seemed on whatever platform they're on. So that's going to be another revelation, is are people who they really say that they are. You can have a disagreement, or you may not vibe with a certain war, but the politics of certain things requires us to have a front, because this is warfare. And if you're not familiar with, I talk about Medici and the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Machiavelli, talking about the art of war. We have to have the part of, just because it's peaceful, or just because even that the concept of a peace as opposed to a whole, right? We have to make sure that within who we are who we say we are, because the power and the weapon and the cost of calling upon yourself as a Moor, there are certain energies that are going to be brought to you. And you're going to have to defend yourself, whatever that is for you. So whether that's alchemy, whether that's witchcraft, whether that is arms of some sort, knowing that our ancestors used all these things as a part of their statescraft. Reagan's wife had a freaking astrologer. Like, they do all of the things that people think is unhealthy or evil or bad. So what we have to do is that we were good teachers, because people are taking, and even if it's more so our own people that are playing their role. And so I think we have to be accountable for what we do and what we say, however that manifests. Because calling yourself a warrior, you're attracting that energy. So whether it's on the radio station where they're saying, oh, we don't want that brother on here, we want somebody that's, no, that energy is that energy. So he may think in his mind that putting somebody else on is going to make it easier. It's going to manifest differently, but it's going to have the same effect. It may not be that image of virtually being angry or arguing or cussing each other out, but there's going to be conflict. Because if the people aren't ready to hear this, I just wanted to say that I think it's important to concept that we have to expect that there's going to be opposition. We have to know that, and when you really kind of look at the studies of some of what the ancestors were doing, you really studied your enemy. At some point, you respected them, even though they were your mortal enemy. Now, a lot of people today, they're mostly trolls, or they're just trying to get in something, trying to sell you something. But you do have those that are studying us, that they respect us, and they're fearful that they're not going to be able to eat like they used to. We already know that this paradigm, in this sense that we're sharing it, is already manifested differently. Morris, don't be so worried about the time. If you're doing what you're supposed to do, you're walking in your purpose, then you're fine. But I would say offense and defense is important. So you better know how to play offense, and you better know how to expect that there's going to be defense. Islam,
Islam. Just really, really quick, Brother Ikon. Remember last week we were talking about the subway station, that there's more in one of the subway. I found it because I'm actually going through some images right now. There's one that's called Moor Park, Moor, and then Park. And that's on it's on the line that has, I think it's called Amersham, Chorleywood, Richmondsworth, then there's Moor Park after that. Then it's Northwood Hills, right? So there's that one, and it's funny because I'm actually right. So it's Moor Park, and then and then Moorgate, yep, and then Moorgate's the other one.
Mm-hmm. And Morden.
Yeah.
You know Morden?
No, I didn't see Morden, because I just see Moor Park here, and that's on the Metropolitan line.
Yeah.
I think it's the Metropolitan line, the Moorgate. Yeah.
And you got one called Morden also. You got the Moorfields Hospital.
Okay, and it's spelled Moor as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going through images right now, and I happen to find it. Back in 2015, one of the trips that I took to London back in 2015. Yeah. All right. Wow. Peace.
All right, John. Well, I don't know if I want to go to the top of the hour, give thanks to all these on the vibration today. Give thanks for your energy. Let's get to some of these messages, and then,
Shout out to the Empress. I appreciate that information. Very good gems. Good gems. I asked the second question mainly because I see that, shout out to Kujoel, that individuals like Kujoel is not in the Moor Science Temple per se. And I understand, or I have a notion that Kujoel follows what Nobuju Ali has put down, to almost 100%, but the 100%, he doesn't reach 100% is because he's not inside the temple. And I understand the rhetoric, I understand everything that's going on in the temple, I understand. But why not fight for it? Why not change it? Blow it up. know what I'm saying? Make new. Clear the paper. You know?
Well, Cujo is inside the temple. He has his own temple. He is a grand.
Cujo, you want to address a question?
For a minute.
I think he's
Peace. Yeah, I'm here. Just taking in the bombs.
Like what?
Just taking in the bombs today.
Like nobody gonna say it.
I got to eat breakfast, drink my tea, and all that today.
Islam.
Give thanks for the words. Yeah. I heard it. So I mean that's part of the reason why we're more Science Temple of America, so that we can show the standard shift or show the ulterior perspective of more Science Temple. Because other than as far
let me play what I didn't get here. Let me play the message again here. What is asking you.
Shout out to the Empress. I appreciate that information. Very good gems. Good gems. I asked the second question mainly because I see that, shout out to Cujoel, that individuals like Cujoel is not in the Moor Science Temple per se. And I understand, or I have a notion that Cujoel follows Ali, has stood down, to almost 100%, but the 100%, he doesn't reach 100% is because he's not inside the temple. And I understand the rhetoric, I understand everything that's going on in the temple, I understand. But why not fight for it? Why not change it? Blow it up. You know what I'm saying? Make new. Clear the paper.
Yeah, the clear the paper is going to have to be done by those who are in those corrupt temples. That ain't nothing to do with us. Because the members are the ones who have that power to blow it up or start over or drag the people off the podium who's been lying to them for 100 years. That's up to them. If those members are going to be lax in dealing with their traitors, then treason continues. But on our side, we, for example, we came up listening to grand sheiks like Nature El Bey. Those are the type of Moors with temples that we gravitated to. We didn't gravitate to the religious Moors. We didn't gravitate to the overly spiritual Moors. We didn't gravitate to the passive ones. We didn't gravitate to. And when we checked the landscape, there was probably about 2 temples that were doing stuff that was on our frequency. So we gravitated to them. The majority of them, like you're saying, they're not doing their job and they don't plan on doing their job, especially once these members are paying their dues and not getting what they deserve from the temples and not do anything about it. Then here we are. I yield.
And for the Cujo, he's asking you that you're not a part of a temple, so can you correct him on that? Because he's saying basically you're not a temple, you're not part of a temple. So can you correct that notion?
Yeah, we're more Science Temple. So obviously we're part of a temple. If everything even on the YouTube, the Moor Science Temple with a phone number and an address. So we're not gonna call ourselves Moor Science Temple if we're not one. So yes, I'm part of a temple. Our own, and then other Moors out there who are doing stuff right, part of their temple too.
AKA Cujo is a grand sheik.
AKA. So AKA Cujo's the grand sheik. I didn't want to put my dead priesthood title out there, but since we'll put the dead priesthood titles out there. Yeah, Cujo's Grand Sheik for the temple in Canaanland. I yield.
What I mean is, to what the West Empress is saying. Basically, what I mean is when I mean break away, I mean like basically step away from it, like step away from like the someone's mindset, the other people's mindsets. You can speak to them if they don't want to feel like that. You can't really change them in it. And the thing is, you being around them, it's like there's a saying that they have in Islam, and they have everywhere, bro, about the evil eye. You get what I'm saying to you? That when you're around people like that and you're moving like that, we're moving like these sort of people. They don't like that. You get what I'm saying to you? They'll just end up just being jealous and angry and rotating their energy on you. So sometimes it's hard to really talk about with a lot of people. So that's what I mean by breakaway. I mean, in your mind, it's never really just going into the bush like that into today's society. Yeah. I mean, in your mind, so everything is mental. That's part of the first thing of the Kabbalion.
Right. What I meant by the Moor Science Temple, Noah Ali created the Moor Science Temple of America, and it's been copywritten. But yours is Canaanland, and that was my basis on my question. And I understand that you have there's problems as far as the Moor Science Temple of America Moors, but that's what Noble Drew Ali created. That's all I'm going into. Noble Drew Ali, why you don't just stick with him 100%? He created a Moor Science Temple of America and nothing else. So why not get in there, get all the people that you need, and clean it up? You know, because this is the problem that I'm having. Who should I pick? You know, how is this a nation when we divided? You know?
Yeah, but it's not.
I gotta address
it's not
this
the
real
not.
quick.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
So, to the brother, first we want to ask, what was the names of the entities prior to Moorish Science Temple of America? Because that was the last iteration of that. That's number one. So that's the first thing. And then second, like a pick, like it's not a draft, brother. This is alignment. This is divine strategy. This is divine synchronicity. It's not a pick it's like a draft pick. Because that spiritual resonance already, if you in tune with Noble Drew Ali, like just listening to or reading, so I can't say listen, but when you're reading some of the literature or what we have is left of the literature, that should give you some goosebumps. We're not picking sides. The entity is there. It's the people within the entity. The entity is fine. The roadmap is there. But your due diligence is to know that there were different iterations over time, because that's what nations do. They adjust to the swings of the popular mode of society. They lean in sometimes, and they are very restrictive sometimes. And then maybe they have a golden age when they're able to benefit off of the fruits of their labor. So I want to challenge that brother to make sure that he does his due diligence and that spiritual connection is already there. Because when I came into this information, I'm like, I studied this stuff and I never heard anybody say anything about Noble Drew Ali. So when I'm looking at stuff 11 years ago, 12 years ago, wasn't a lot of stuff online. So what I want to challenge him, it's not a pick, brother. I want him to be deep into this, because when this resonates with you, it goes so deep that it's not a choice. For those of us, once you awaken to this, you don't choose. It's already chosen you. Like you're just stepping into that divine purpose. It's not a pick. You should already know what team you on. Islam, I yield the floor.
Islam.
Yeah, one other thing to that, brother Kojo.
I think Sheldon has something.
You're a shiny brother, Sheldon?
No, I just gave my bomb interpretation.
Peace. Let's jump in. Okay, let's get some more messaging. Rise up, Empress Oracle. Peace and love to you. Got you on the platform. Let's hear you saying. Rise up, Empress.
I convey, greetings to the panel. I convey, if you remember, about 5-6 shows ago, I think when you last had that program on the radio where it got a little out of hand, remember me saying that there are people, there are families. I don't know why this isn't staying, but I'm going to give it a go again. To Ikon Bay, if you remember in a show that you had that was on radio that went a little left, I made a statement of certain families that their life is to protect certain documents, important documents and proof when it comes to Moors, and they don't know who to share them with because they don't trust anybody. I even included my island, and I was talking about those that are trying to lead us, or hopefully will lead us, because of certain aggressive manners. These people are fearful in sharing some of the information or relics as proof that they have. So because of that, it continues from one generation to another generation for protection. And it's a pity because a lot of people look at all the wrong places. Most of these important things are in plain sight, just disguised so naturally. And a lot of the younger generation don't prove. You know what? I give up on trying to leave a message. I give up because it's like stereo keep cutting me off. I've been trying to send messages all morning, so I just decided to listen. But I keep getting cut off the message. I'm tired.
Rise of Oracle. I don't know if everyone kind of understand what she's saying there with that question, though. But she also got this problem on the stereo. I mean, she's an empress that really she has some beautiful shows, very calm. You can hear that she speak, and stereo just been attacking her. You know, people that's trying to build a good vibration with our people, they'll get attacked. But yeah, I don't know if you got the gist of what she's saying.
No.
Well, what she's basically what she's worried about is that she's saying this. We was talking about there's certain secret information that's been held back by certain people, and then when we kind of come out and try to talk about it, the aggressiveness that we get is more she's saying. It's like it's not making us even want to take our people further because we don't know what they're really going to do because the way they're coming at us. So certain type of vital information is kept hidden because we're not basically ready for it yet, and it's kind of messing up the progress that we need to be making. I think that's where it's kind of going with that.
And we have to remember that at the end of the day, though, it is going to be a select few people. It's not that we're trying to be mean. You know, well, I can only speak for self. It's not that I'm trying to be mean. If, you know, I'm going about my day and I got stuff I have to deal with and deadlines or whatever. And then there's a Moor who comes fresh, wanting to know what's going on. That hasn't studied anything outside of watching a couple YouTube videos. But he wants me to explain the world in an hour. I mean, it's kind of like I don't know where to go with that other than to give you the references that I began with and I started with and I dedicated myself to for a time. You know, saw a jigsaw puzzle in front of me and tried to see the picture that I see, you know, everybody else kind of holding up, you know. Like, can I make a clear picture with the pieces in front of me? You know, anytime I have a question, I may ask my question, but it's like, again, it's not, you know, it's not to be mean, but this is a self journey. Me as a Moor, I'm telling you a story that was not told to me. I happened to come across. And these are the references where I know, like tangible references down to the blood that's running through my veins as we speak. This is my story. And I realize I have cousins. Oh, shoot, we have cousins. People been hunching over the millennia, over the eons. So, okay, yeah. Let me put out a bat signal somewhere so they can see some of this good stuff that I stumbled upon that they did not tell me, knowing that they should have told me, and had me thinking about England while I'm in America. Have me saying king and queen names instead of me talking about my chief and chieftesses on this side. Let me figure why that was going on. Let me figure why certain bones that get dug up, you know, the phenotype look more like me than the monkey that they trying to tell me is more related to me. It's like, hey, when you look up those skeletons, then their brain capacity was triple times what the average human is now, but they look like me. But there's something else. You know, there's something else. When you start talking like that, though, you can only pick up certain people. You talk like that, you're only going to get certain looks, you know, of curiosity and like, oh yeah, that ran through my mind too. What you got? What you found? This is what I found. Oh yeah? Let me check that out. I don't know too much, but I'm gonna put a pin on that and get back to you on that. Because this is real for me, like you say, it's real for you. That's the kind of conversation that needs to be going on. That's more of the stuff that needs to be happening. Can't just be the bickering because somebody told you something and you didn't look it up. So you've been blinded by a false paradigm. Have to open your eyes now, man. Hey, you.
Before we go no further, I want you to give the listeners platform your 50% off on what's going on right now. Just let everybody, because some people came into the room new, so they share the information before we get to the rest of the message about them. Peace and love to you.
Peace and love, everyone. So for some of you that don't know, I'm a designer. I'm a footwear designer, and I started my own brand of luxury footwear called Sakina Moor. Sakina Moor means a love affair with inner tranquility. And so I launched this brand, and right now, in order to generate some more sales and awareness, I'm having a 50% off sale. The code for the discount code for the 50% off is all capital letters FAST, FAST _50 underscore the letters, the numbers 5 and 0. So FAST _50, and that's at www.sakinamor, which is S as in Sam, A K I N as in Nancy, A M as in Mary, OUR.com. It's real design, luxury footwear. It's not any template from Italy that you see some people doing and they just change the colors. All these shoes are designed by me. I have over 20 years of footwear design experience. I've worked for the big companies in Europe, to name a few. Adidas. I worked for Puma. Adidas for 3.5 years. 3.5 years. Puma's for 2.5 years. That's what everybody knows. But then also freelance for Leaderskin, Icebug, Fila, all these others. So check it out. I'm having a sale. The sale is only until Wednesday, the 30th, 50% off. And just check out the website and you'll see what I'm talking about. And I'll let you know the pictures. The pictures look great, but the pictures do not do the shoes justice. When you get them in hand, you'll see what I mean. So yes, please check it out. Once again, www.sakinamor.com. Peace.
Peace, brother, peace. So definitely support our brother Sheldon this time, you know what I mean, and share. If you can't really purchase for yourself, you know what I mean, you can share the link with other people, because I know it's the summertime now. It's getting warm, especially near the UK and around the world, so everybody's planning to get their trainers out. So definitely support our brother there. Give thanks. So let's get back to these messages and continue vibration. Definitely give thanks to all who is here. Peace and love. Rise up, I just Simone Bay. Peace and love, brother.
Yeah, just to touch on what Brother Sheldon was saying, I was late on that one, which was Moorgate Station, which I go past all the time through the years. On Moorgate Street, you also have Moor House, and not too far from there, you have Moor Fields. So this was all there, and I didn't really catch the connection.
Don't worry, because I said to you, can you imagine that Brother Sheldon highlighted it to me, and I'm near the UK, so don't be, as I'm saying to you, sometimes we overlook some things and it's right in front of our eyes, and it's by design. But yeah, it's so beautiful that our Brother Sheldon could have brought information. I'm starting zooming in and seeing so much more things, near the UK, which, you can definitely see that we were here. So yeah, we're going to and document.
And don't ignore the copper tops. Don't ignore the copper tops and the domes.
Did I get it
right? Don't ignore the copper tops that you see. They're green now. The copper tops and the dome buildings.
Yes.
Those are once universities and hall meeting places. All over. I'm talking like from over there to over here. The buildings look the same.
I've seen them and they're copper, and then because they're green or they're not clean, okay. I've seen them a lot, especially into central London, around the city.
Yes, because there was a period where we studied under but I don't want to say study, but we worship under Ishtar.
Wow.
Astarte, which is the goddess of love, as well as representative of Venus.
Wow.
There's a whole other history just understanding how this is, fixed earth, and Venus represents that. She, the energy is definitely misconstrued. I'll put that out there. I don't want to take up any more time because I know we're at the top of the hour.
Peace.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing really, really quick. Like, don't feel bad about not seeing it because, like I said, I was here at Nuremberg for 2002 until 2011. What is that, 9 years? And I was walking past the Moor's pharmacy every single day going to the gym.
Crazy.
Every single day until Asir, the Duke of Tyr, said, "Oh, you're in Bavaria." The Moorish influence was very, very prominent there. Just look around, walk around the city, and see what you find. And then I saw Moor's pharmacy that I walked past every single day for 9 years.
It's crazy.
So don't feel bad. Don't feel bad.
Can I just add to that? Like I've been raised in Catholic school. It's just something about something about Jamaicans. They just look toward Catholic school. Like at least we're talking about a God. At least there's some form of disciplinary action. That's honestly the reason why my parents, put me to Catholic school. And just knowing that the cathedrals, the cathedrals are so, just jaw-dropping when you walk in.
Yes.
All of that science, all that masonry, the real masonry, that's our science. That's our geometry. That's our measurements that they recorded, and they tried to replicate but can never quite get it. That's our stuff. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And again, I'm going to Catholic school. I've been in there 13 years from pre-K to 12th grade. It wasn't until I got to college, I didn't do it. I didn't go to Catholic college or whatever. So, but I was raised in it, and I've been in it all. I've seen all throughout it. And then I come across Noble Joe Ali, and he telling me to get a good European education. Just know the ins and outs. Just know the ins and outs.
Those couple of brought that couple of because I'm saying to you, I'm just sitting here visually that I'm saying to you there, they give most of these to the mosques, most of the mosques gonna have them, and some of the churches gonna have them, and I was thinking, how did I get a couple of those? When you pass it, you always have a look at it, but then when you realize it's got the mildew on it and it's someone cleaning, so some of it you can't see, but most of them are like that. That's sweet. Mention more. Give thanks for that.
The fact that it's green just shows you how long it's been there.
Yeah.
But don't look at that when when it's shiny and new and just built and stuff. It's been there a minute.
Mm-hmm.
We've been here.
give thanks. Let's get these messages in. Rise up to our brother here, having some good messages. Rise up, brother.
You had the Canaanland temple. You had the temple. I forget the other one, but the last one he created in 1929, or around 1928 or 29, was the Moor Temple of America. That's what I'm saying. He copywritten it, and if we're following Noble Drew Ali, why not stick with him? Yeah, disregard that last one. Disregard that last one. Yeah, I need to get on. I need to join in. I need to talk to y'all. This bubbles get a little annoying, so we can get some clarity. Well, I'm trying to get a lot of clarity, and I want y'all to get clarity on what I'm trying to say also. But shout out to Empress though. It's not a pick. I'm not saying pick as in like they're different. I mean, they're the same thing. You know, I understand the same thing, but how you say it? It's Bloods and Crips. Like, you know what I'm saying? It seems like, you know, we got the same name, but this one doing this one doing that, you know. But really, I just want to get to the point of what are we doing as far as land? What are we doing as far as schooling? So I
want to rise up, my brother. Let's see, the brother.
So is he finished? Is he got another one, or because I want to respond if he has another one?
No, he has got another one, but I was just saying, you know, don't feel no way, brother, because you know we like brothers like yourself. You know, that's showing that you want to gain knowledge and you're sitting here asking verbal every question. And that's what I'm saying. I rather brothers like yourself more than trying to come and, you know, some low vibration and cuss because they're not going to answer. So, brother, don't feel no way. We give thanks for your vibration. Give thanks. Yeah, go on, man.
No, I think that's great. I think I'm glad that he heard the message, because I was just trying to convey to him is that as much as we are in the grasp of nationhood, we are overlooking the politics of relationship building. So what I'll mean by that is that there are Moors that disagree vehemently behind the scenes, but they can put up a united front for the better of the uplifting of the nation. And you would never know that. Just like in politics, even when you see the stuff that is on the screen or is published or it's on a website or there's an announcement, there's still conversation and disagreement before somebody makes, whoever the person is that has the jurisdiction to make that final decision. So what I want Moors to comprehend is that when you broke the spell and you reclaimed and proclaimed and announced and you are being a Moor and how that works in your purpose, you have already attracted a certain kind of energy to you in order for you to go through your purpose. It doesn't look the same for everybody. It may not be in a courtroom. It may not be with anyone. It may not be with a police stop or whatever. It's going to manifest differently. So I wanted to say to that Moor is that as somebody who facilitates learning, I remember I was speaking with an actual elder facilitator of learning, and they said, well, your students will get it once you have a better comprehension of it. So when you comprehend something better, it's easier for you to communicate. And even if somebody does push back or challenge you, or they're not really sure what you're saying, it's that they haven't let you finish it. Or I know this on this platform, you know, it's obviously a message thing. But what I want to say to you, the more that you comprehend what Noble Drew Ali's, what you comprehend of being a Moor is, and walking and talking and behaving in that alignment and that synchronicity, then you still are going to have disagreements, but it'll manifest differently. Because typically you're supposed to seek first to understand, then to be understood. So communication means we have to make sure that we are receiving, and then you want to be able to crunch that up and ingest that and then be able to come back. And that's exactly what you did. So shout out to you for responding. And yes, I know the platform does have a limitation, but it does allow us the interactivity. And I think the more that you get into just studying Noble Drew Ali or going on your journey or just getting into that knowledge of yourself, then and I think Sheldon mentioned this earlier, it took him 5 years before he asked the question. It took me longer than that before I asked the question. And I think it's up to us, and it's different times. But I think keep doing that. And
the way that we communicate is a part of our experience. And again, the more diverse Moors come together, we have different experiences, and we're able to articulate in a certain way. So keep working, keep doing what you're doing, and then shout out for having the courage to put forth your proposition, and keep doing what you're doing, brother. Islam, I yield.
Islam. Peace to the goddess who was just speaking. You know, she definitely is stating truth right now. You know, one thing I want to say is, you know, like the premise of the Moor Science Temple of America is a religious organization, you know, geared towards uplifting fallen humanity. And the way they do that, and the way that the organization does that, is by establishing civics within the minds of the citizens so that they can be better citizens, right? Now it's like when you get into understanding that Nobuju Ali, Allah first and foremost, then Nobuju Ali as your prophet. If you don't see that, if you don't see that as a foundation, then yeah, they're traitors. They're dirty Moors. Because anybody who get into this, they're gonna come across Allah and they're gonna come across Nobuju Ali. And if you haven't submitted into that, then it's not gonna work out for you. It don't matter what sheikh you're under, or if you're outside the temple studying on your own. Like, there was already a meeting of the minds, in a sense, you know, on an astral level. And that's what manifested to be. So it's like, if you're coming across these Moors and they don't have Nobuju Ali, if they don't say, if they in their speech, you know, as it says, the communication, you're gonna realize where people's heads is at when they really talk. You know, most of the time it's just better off allowing them to talk. Let them hear themselves. Most of the time they'll find their answers in hearing themselves. I don't know. It's like they have to have like physical body there for them to really analyze self. So it's like, you know, just let them talk, and then you figure out, okay, this is where they're at. They're not where I am, which is cool. You know, which is cool, but I'm gonna go find something else, because you're not feeding what it is that I'm trying to feed. You're not talking what it is that I need to get me where I need to be. You see what I'm saying? It's okay for others to be on their path. Some people gonna have to recycle here 10,000 more times before they get it. Real question is, did you get it? As long as you got it, you got it. You know? Now you.
Peace, man. Beautiful, beautiful jobs there. Sometimes you have to be the mirror for people to look into themselves and then leave them, you know? Just kind of give them a look into what they need to see. Just be that mirror for them for a bit. Just leave them. Definitely.
Because again, they have to do it themselves. This is a self journey. This is a self correction. You know? Yeah, we can claim to be in one place at one time, but that's not physically possible. So what it is that the Moorish paradigm allows us to do, what Nobuju Ali has given us, is a pathway for us to be ourselves, representing the most authentic title. You see what I'm saying? That is what it is. You are open to being yourself, but know what you're taking on when you call yourself a Moor. That's the most important thing. That's the most important thing.
Peace and blessings to the panel. I've been listening all morning, ripping and running errands and everything. So this morning I really haven't had an opportunity to really comment the way I wanted to. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to some parts because I had an appointment, so I couldn't even listen at a point. But I'm back in and listening. And one thing, that
is really resonating with me is the fact that the whole thing about the Moors, it's not intentionally secretive. In some ways it is to be hidden, because it's not for everybody. So yeah, people definitely need to do due diligence, and like they have to go and search for this information. But I can say for myself that I've heard about the Moors or whatever the case may be, and I don't know why it seems kind of like like a secret group, or it's so exclusive, or organized religion has turned me off. So I was like, I don't know, about this. Is it just another like religious group or whatever? All of these different things, like people have been saying, is that people don't know where to look. They don't know where to go. You hear stuff, and you don't know what to believe or which way to go. And I guess that's my thing. But I'm realizing now that I don't think that previously it was the time for me to come into this information. But now that I guess I'm questioning more and I'm just doing my own self-introspection and reflection, not only is this information coming out or being revealed to me, because it's already been out there.
Does she have another
but
one?
It's being revealed to me at this time. Like, as I'm talking about it, like, I'm talking to people that are saying, oh, yeah, I'm a Moor. I've done my research. I've done... What? Wait, you're a Moor? Like, it's as if it wasn't the time. Like, before, it wasn't the time for this information to be revealed to me, but now it is. And so I don't think anything happens by chance or whatever the case may be. But that's my concern, is like knowing where else to go look, because I do agree. I think with Empress Bay, like the Google is not going to be the only place to go search for things. And so it's kind of like those other things. Like, once you start digging at the surface and whatever, and you start getting into these tunnels, and tunnels are going to the left and to the right, that's where I kind of feel like, what way next?
A quick interjection. For example, a place where you can go to get this information was Galaxy Radio. And what happened? Traders took off Ikon Bay's show, suspended him for 2 weeks because he's talking about Moorish history on his show. He's a black guy. He's supposed to be talking about nigger stuff, because our job at Galaxy Radio is to keep you enslaved mentally. All these so-called conscious community people who everybody's debating Moors, they're half your problem, because they should be talking about Moors, because they're Moors too. And like the Moor said in the chat on YouTube, everybody who's dark skinn's a Moor. So anybody talking from some third-party perspective, the Moors this, the Moors, how come the Moors? And then they're not including themselves in that when they're dark skinned, there's your problem again. How come you don't know where to go to get the info? Because Nation of Islam, they're Moors, they know what's up. They had fezzes. Hebrew Israelites were called Moors, Zionist Jews in the 1920s. They know what's up. Rastafarians had Emmanuel, Prince Emmanuel, who was telling them Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People and Declaration of Rights Human Beings, Article 15, declare your nationality. They know. All the Egyptologists people supposed to know, because the high priests of Anu were Moors, and Anu is ancient Egyptian. So the real problem is all your nigger leaders who sold you out, which is why we say you better go study. And when you study all that stuff and you find out that you need more stuff to study, go study yourself, because none of these people out here are going to save you, not even Moors. Because like you're saying, Moors taking this stuff underground because they realize people are dumbasses. Why am I even going to give them the jewels and all that stuff if they're just going to cast them to swine? Why? What's the purpose of giving people their birthright if they're going to take their birthright, give it right back to the European to oppress them, and then come complain about Moors after? Might as well just keep the stuff to ourselves and then look after our Moorish affairs. you know, which in turn is the Negro, Black, colored, African conscious community, holistic, whatever. It's also all their affairs too. And another point that I wanted to bring up is that you notice how on this, there was nobody calling in with their BS, debating wars and causing confusion and having us talk for 3 hours about nothing. How much info, how much bombs were supposed to go off on this thing for 4 hours? You don't even have enough bombs to drop for the amount of bombs that people got on this thing. But then on Galaxy, 3 people call in with their BS, and now they're shutting down people and saying that, oh, they can't be talking about this, and because they're traitors and they're sellouts. And this is what our people have gravitated to: loving, caring about, and embracing their traitors and their sellouts who intend for them to be slaves forever. I yield the floor.
Islam, Islam. Let me know the embassy in the chat.
You got it. You said it. Because again, you know, the information is there, but you know, I just put Cujo up there. Canaanland as a whole, the man has over 3,000 videos. You know what I mean? Some of those videos are just clips. Some of those videos are like DVDs that he recorded that they don't even upload anymore. And you could sit there with a pen and a pad and, you know, pause and go research and then come back and you see what I'm saying? Like, we know who study and who don't study is what we're trying to say. Just off of your question, we know. So either you're real about this or you're just wasting time. And at this point, if you're wasting time, you're going to make you look like a clown. The clown that you are. The clown that you've been. And the clown that you're comfortable being. That's what it is. Yeah.
Islam, I want to say to the sister that called in, when in doubt, you're supposed to look in. That's just, you know, that's their default. So that principle of know thyself is the key. And so that's the power of this, as I mentioned before. So when you break the spell, and you say, I am a Moor, and then you put your appellation, or even if you don't put your appellation, once you start that witchcraft, so we keep talking about witchcraft if it's just on the opposition. We're really talking about offense and defense, talking about the full court press. So what we're talking about is that when you are out of that mindset, you now have a new set of challenges. It doesn't get any easier. So Moors need to stop thinking that it's supposed to be like some kind of easy one step-by-step process on how this works. It's going to cause friction. It's going to cause disagreement. You may lose some friendships. You may lose a relationship. You may be in a situation where it's calling a lot of chaos into your existence. So we have to recognize that energy is a lot. And when you're in this process, you are supposed to expect that you're going to have opposition. So anybody that is in the reach of my voice, please comprehend. Yes, you are leaving that caste system, that color code caste system, those titles of slavery, those things, that prisoner of warfare, that spell that we were under. Now you're going to be creating your own spell. Now you're going to be in your own kind of alchemy classes. So this is a self-paced curriculum, as I mentioned before. One of the first things I said. So please make sure that when you are calling upon this energy, this ancestral energy. So if you think of Mortal Kombat, Assassin's Creed, they had to tap into that ancestral bloodline to be like, yo, I had this within me, Dorothy. I had this in me the whole time. I'm home. I don't need to go anywhere. I got to go within to be able to tap into this. So what we have to do is that, yes, that Negro Black colored is a whole type of witchcraft, but this Moorish witchcraft is even more powerful and potent. That's why they putting the brother on pause for 2 weeks. So when you are in this spot, know that it's going to be tougher. Know that you're going to have more people coming at you, and it may not be in the way that it manifests as far as like conscious gangbanging type situation. It may be a small thing. It may be in a relationship, maybe with your children or your partner. So what I'm saying to you guys is that you are on a whole nother type of frequency when you're calling upon these
tribes, when you're calling upon yourself as a Moor, when you're tapping into your appellation, that's other energy. So I need you to recognize that it's going to be challenging and that you got to step up. And you're going to, because it's within you to do so. And like the sister said, it's no mistakes. It was time for you to know when you were. And that message that you have can reach somebody else. Just like when I heard somebody else giving their part of their speech or telling me about their coming into the information, it can tap into you. So again, I don't know why Moors is so rushed. Relax. You got to get ready for the fight. There's strategy and there's tactics. Everybody can't be the general. You got 1, 2, 3, 4 stars. Everybody comes in as a soldier. And then you have to study. Soldiers study. So people always talk about going to war. You got to study. You can't just be going to the weapons training. You got to do book training before you get to the weapons. So I think that we got to tap in. And again, just for some of you, you know, you might hear sisters on here, but just believe, just because I may not be cussing like Cujo, but I got the fire, so I don't want I want us to get out of that kind of male-female kind of situation. But best believe when you step into I am a Moor, and even if you don't even tell anybody, but you walk different, you eat different, you got your turban. Even if there's some days where I don't even have my turban or my fez on, and it's just a frequency. So please just make sure that when you're calling upon that you are ready to entertain this energy and that opposition. Yam, I yield the floor.
Islam. Yes, this. And I just wanted to camel back off of what you're saying. Just as far as absorbing this, again, you know, you want to take it at your pace, your time. You don't want to rush. It isn't something that you're going to master in a day. I can tell you that. I can definitely tell you that. You know, and kind of going back off of reflection, you know, how some people just need to know if they're on the right pace or whatever. You know, it goes into how Sis was just talking about the energy that you draw in. You're going to be confronted. You're going to be challenged. You know, you have people who have literally been raping your rights for over, they say 400 years, but it's like 400 years resets itself every 400 years. So just think on that. You know? Think on that for when you digging into your ancestry, when you digging into who you are, so you can stand on your square and represent yourself in the best light. And you're gonna see those who are in the same light with you. It's not even gonna be about who's out there, who's there. Honestly, it's not. More so, if anything, it's gonna be like, who can I partner with? But being a Moor, that have nothing to do with anybody else but you. It's all you. It's all you. It's like you finding the reset button on your life and you're like, okay, shoot. Is this the time? No. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready. I didn't memorize X, Y, Z. Let me come back. Oh dang, I got trapped up with this traffic stuff. Cannot do it. Shoot. Contract law. Didn't memorize that, so I gotta go back to that. It's all about you. Where you're at. What you need to find. You know, Islam.
Islam, give thanks for those gems. Definitely, you know, it's all about I, self, law, and master. And, you know, more and more we're showing you that you're literally your own government. You know what I mean? You set the laws, and you move with in that vibration. And, you know, it's because you realize that, you understand that you concede more powers than you know, and you just kind of move forward in that strength. So let's get some of these messages. One from our brother, Malik, peace and love to your brother. You know what I mean? I said, so we can't be on the platform, but you can see the platform is full. But definitely looking forward to you today, each and every show with us. You know, as we grow our knowledge, peace and love, brother.
Like I say, I appreciate everybody. I appreciate it. I will be following y'all. Staying close. Information is needed. Thank you.
Islam panel peace. For a reference point, we are almost near Madrid.
Islam, big up Kujo else too. He's such a realist and he's always makes it powerful, his point. I called him the dirty Moor killer. But yeah, funny enough, let me anytime I pass certain information on to my people here in the UK, they always come back to me and be like, wait there, but these Moors are great suspect. They saw that their own people, they saw that the Africans are rare. And I said to them, all right, well, because you think you're black, think about what you're saying. What you're saying to me is that once upon a time, there was a group of black guys that sold out each other. That's what you're saying to me. And it's only then he kind of got my point, because we're still selling out each other today. But it's because they're looking at it like Moors, they're a group of people. So that's the issue.
Yeah.
Beautiful point there, brother. Beautiful point. Islam. Get Islam from my Empress. Good to do.
So for me, I'm only speaking for myself. I can't speak for anybody else. By me growing up as one of Jehovah's Witnesses or whatever, growing up in that type of environment where, again, it's one of those things where you had to study. You had to learn. And I watched people who kind of winged it. They would sit at the hole and they would kind of just copy and paste from other people. But then you had, the people like me. I always ask questions, whether I agree with it or not. I ask questions. Ultimately, as an adult, I'm no longer a part of that life because I wasn't getting the answers that I needed holistically. Got some answers that made sense, but it all didn't make sense for me. As this will probably be the first time that I would refer to myself as a Moorish woman, because again, that's not how I was raised to identify myself as. So that's
Islam to you, man, for doing that. Islam and peace and love with you. That's where the energy starts right there, man. That's where the energy starts. Peace and love.
One of those things too. Like, for me to even claim that, it's like, okay, am I really ready to claim it? Because do I even know all that comes with that? And so that's why I come here, and I listen to this show, and I listen. Like, I don't have a lot of comments. I'll ask my questions. I'll share personal experience or whatever of the ignorance that I lived through and have lived through. But I understand that claiming a nationality and, your lineage and your genealogy and where you come from, like, these are not things to be played with. Representing your ancestors and that bloodline, that should not be something that people play with. And it seems like people don't value anything. But, I don't see it that way. So for me, I, say all of that to say that I'm not afraid to say that I am fearful. Like, I am afraid, just because I don't know what will come next by even pursuing this. But that fear is not going to stop me from asking questions. It's never stopped me before. It won't stop me now. I'm still going to ask questions. I'm still going to go do research. I'm still going to learn. But it's that whole fear. And I think that it's too many people that are afraid to say, I'm afraid. I think it's okay to go ahead and say you're afraid. Just don't let that fear be what keeps you in this place of not learning, of not doing due diligence, and again, denying yourself of your birthright. At a point, someone else may be doing certain things, but some of this at a point is us denying ourselves our birthright.
Shout out to the sister, man. That's awesome, man. I love the train of thought, and I just want to add briefly that the copy and paste is it's just like when something is successful, somebody else imitates it. So there's one show about judges and lawyers, and all of a sudden there's all these shows. There's one show about science and forensics, and now all the other shows. So it's like with the same thing with the conscious community. Oh, there's a debate style. We can get some PowerPoint. I can just Google stuff and paste it on the PowerPoint like I'm a scholar. Like, so the copy and paste mentality is always a part of the monkey see, monkey do. And I mean that in all esoteric and exoteric forms. What the thing that I wanted to add to you, since what you were saying is that you already claimed it. And so the fear is just like when people are talking. So I'll use a sports analogy because maybe people can connect with that. It's just like you have some people, like you have like let's see, what can I use? I'll use a Kawhi Leonard, even though he's not playing, or Tim Duncan. That kind of player makes me insane. They have no emotion. They're just
They just assassinate based, and that's just their job. They don't really get too excited. Maybe if you see them smile, or it's like a weird thing. That's how we have to look at doing what we do. It's an everyday occurrence. This is what we do. Now, it looks differently. It looks very different. I mean, some of us that might, I'm not really a LeBron fan. Nobody show me any hateration, but like, you're gonna whine every time you get a sneeze on, it's a foul, right? So we got a lot of Moors that it's like they want to tiptoe into nationality and birthright. No, you got to come in. You got to dunk off vertical. You got to come in and just like those of you that know sports, when Scottie Pippen dunked on Patrick Ewing. So if you know basketball like that, that's how you're coming in spiritually. And it can be in the image of like the little meek priest, or it can come in like Sekhmet, or it can come in, as Sheldon said, bad Moor versus good Moor. Whatever your archetype is, the energy is still the same. So the archetype is there for you to comprehend the message. So miss me with the Moor hurt my feelings. No, they probably did, and it probably was some ego. But most of the time, if you've done your due diligence and you're listening to and studying from that Moor, you know you're gonna have to get correction. You have to get the correction. Now, when you can't explain to me why you corrected me, then we have when the follow-up question you can't answer, then we have some problems, and it can't be the dogma. And I think that's where the dirty Moor part of it gets like that, because Moors just say, well, I was raised that way. Well, some people were raised to beat up their wives. That's not an answer. So if you're going to provide the correction, the coach says, hey, I want you to try it this way because it's going to make you faster. It's going to make you do this. This is going to make you be on point. So keep asking your questions. And again, those of us that are studying and still studying, we like questions. As a facilitator of learning as my profession, I like for somebody to challenge me. Come with the question. I know it's boring to have people just listen to everything you say. No, challenge me. So I'm a part of a different type of cloth because I like that offense defense, because I know the better I get, the more I'm able to challenge. But if your response to me, your correction doesn't have a legitimate answer, doesn't have a source, it doesn't have something I can look at, it's just your opinion, then that's when we're on a dirty Moor ego type situation. So just keep focusing, keep studying, and you came when you're supposed to, just like we all did. So kudos and shout out to you, Islam.
And another thing with regard to the fear thing, fear of being a Moor. What is this about? I never heard about this. Oh, I seen this, I seen that about Moors. I don't want that to be part of my life, whatever, because, whatever narrative that they push out there. You ever notice that we never challenged the black narrative? When they said we're black, we just went and be black. Wasn't even a question. When they said you're point guard, you're 7'2", you be point guard. You didn't question anything because you want to be like the guy dribbling up the court and spinning and all that stuff. No questions. Nothing. Now you Hebrew? Oh yeah, no questioning. You want to be the fry vat guy? No questions. Soon as Moors, now everybody has question about, are we this? Should we be this? How is this going to apply to my life? What can I do? There was no questioning with anything else. So why would there be questions with this? Oh, we get it, because you're new. And you've been played by a narrative that's not the reality of what this is. I can pull up 20 Moors in my phone. If I let them tell you about what Moor is, you'll be a Moor tomorrow. You wouldn't even question it. You wouldn't even question it. You said, what? That's what happened when you said you're a Moor? Shit, where's my card at? I want to be a Moor right now. But they never give you that narrative. They always give you the narrative to make you question this. Always. And as soon as they play the narrative and you start having 500 questions, you're supposed to be saying, hold on a second. Well, when they presented Garvey to me, I never had any questions. When they presented W.E. Du Bois to me, I never had any questions. When they presented, Francis Cress Welsing, I never had any questions. When they had, Bobby Hemmett, they never had any questions. They presented Sa Neter and Polite and all these people never had any questions. They're bringing up Noble Drew Ali. Oh, who is he? Why is he dressed like that? And bringing up all this stuff that has nothing to do with anything. Stop looking for a benefit out of this. Stop trying to get something. There's nothing to get. There's no bank account at the end. There's no rainbow. And then the leprechaun's going to come out with the coins of the bucket of coins. Either you're in tune with this because you are your ancient foremothers and forefathers here again, or you're against your foremothers and forefathers and you're going to do everything in your power to have nothing to do with Moors and disconnect from Moors. We use the galaxy again. All those people banning Ikon Bay are the same traitors who killed all the prophets. And then he's just a brother coming out here trying to teach his people or whatever like that. Just give them some different perspective, and then they're putting him on the tree. And then everybody's on there like, well, you know, I guess he should have been on the tree because he shouldn't have. And you're not questioning these traitors, but you're gonna question Moors though. But no questions for traitors. They could do whatever they want. They could just shut down somebody. Somebody's been on program for however long they've been on there talking all this black African BS. As soon as they start talking about Moors, now they're sanctioning people. And then you're not looking at it like, hey, hold on a second. How come you guys weren't sanctioning people 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago? All of a sudden? I yield the floor.
Peace, brother.
Sorry, can I just add on? Yo, okay, so like I want to tie in. Excuse me, I want to tie in what Sis just said and what Kujo was talking about, because like it really comes down to like the correction. You have to be willing to take correction. A lot of people hindrances, a lot of their apprehension come from them not wanting to fall. Because that's how you were trained to think that you falling was a negative. But that's the ebb and flow of life. You're going to fall somewhere. But it's in that fall that you're going to be able to take your correction. And when you get up again, it's going to be a different situation. You're going to get a little bit further this time. You might even slip back. You might even slip back down the hill a little bit further. You know what I mean? But I guarantee if you took your lessons, you're not going to fall as far as you did the first time. Right? So it's not about, you know, when, you know, like Sis just said, you saying you're more by this, you know, to the other sis who left the comment, you saying that's your first time saying it outright loud. Say it proud. Yep. Your voice crackled when you said it. Say it proud.
Yep, just like when you.
Stupidness they come to me about more is about, like, even down to incest. Like, oh, Lot come, you know, the Moabite come from Lot who slept with this and that. Like, look, you worship pharaohs. Documented for fucking their sister. Excuse my French. Documented just to hold it as a quote bloodline. Royalty ain't even a real thing. That's vain. Everybody royalty, if you really want to take it there, everybody bloodline is royalty just because you come from the one, the source. If you trace that back, then you're royalty. You know what I mean? But still. I need Sheldon to get a proper, I want you to go to school and get a proper I love it. Sorry to cut you off. Sheldon, I need you to get a proper bomb. But y'all know what I'm talking about, man. Like, we have to get out of this fear. Like, okay, yes, it's there. No different than we know our shadow is behind us. Do we not carry on with our day? Because there's this dark thing that's there. You know? We can't get rid of this boogeyman.
To back up your point. To back up your point, what you just said. You ever notice when it's march and picket for the Negroes, how they yell Black Power, and then when James Brown comes on and everybody's black and proud, okay, say more just like that. That same energy that you have, that Black Power, putting the fists up and all that stuff and screaming at the top of your lungs and punching the air as if somebody's there because you want to stress this point. that you have black power. Okay, same energy, but say your nationality instead. So you can shake yourself out of this whole idea of being in fear of what this is, when it's not something for you to fear. It's something for you to enjoy, rejoice, and be happy about. It's something for you to embrace. It's not something for you to be shy with. I yield. I know Sheldon had something.
There it is.
Islam, brother, I appreciate you taking me up on the offer. I appreciate it. I accept. I appreciate your offer, brother.
No, I just wanted to say, like, I just lost it when Khalifa said Pippin dunked on Ewing. Because I remember that. So after that, it was over.
Man, I was a week on that.
Yo. Let's get these messages in. Islam, brother Isbay, wanted to share a reason as to why Noble Moors say that RV Bay Publications is the university for all Moors, regardless of your level of education to go to. This isn't on the website. This isn't for sale. This was titled The Promotional Education Distribution. Thank you for your order. So it's one of those freebies that come when you actually make a purchase on RV Bay. And it's subtitled, Getting Started. Tools you will need to begin comprehension of nationality and birthrights. 1. Unabridged Dictionary, 1936. Look at the definition of American. 2. Henry Campbell's Black's Law Dictionary.
You got another one, or is he done?
Yeah, what I
just have to think it's 1836. It should be 1836, not 1936. Well, there's another one. There is another one that's 1936. There's an older one too, but I know one he's talking about. He didn't say the whole. He didn't read the whole Webster's.
Because they modify every few years, so the older the better. You know, but it is the 1836 definition, and it's mainly because that one holds the true definition of American. You know, we like to reference that so that they can really tie ourselves to the man on this side.
And so for the brother, there's a 2-set volume. So I know the Webster's that we're talking about, which is we get the old copy of that big one. And then there's a one that has the 2 volumes. And it's like, mine is before 1936, but I know it has the same definition. But when you see it in that old 1836, 1856 version, because it has black, and also in that one in the 1836 and 56. So I didn't know if he wanted to finish, but just to camel back off of what the vibe transitioned to, even if you stand there and you have a turban on or a fez on, even if you have a pen on, you don't have to say a word. That alone, or having locks, or anything that is put you in tune with your divine place, is a threat to the status quo. So you don't have to say anything. I was on the train. And at first, normally, I had my turban on. I wasn't. It's because it's a part of when you do stuff for so long, you forget how it looks to other people because you stepped into yourself, you talked in your purpose, you turned inward, right? So this foreigner, I forgot where he was from, and he had a camera. He was like, "Can I take a picture?" Now, normally, if somebody says they want to take a picture of me and I'm on the subway, I'm gonna mace you, punch you in the throat, or you know what I mean. I'm not gonna acquiesce, but it was a vibration. It was a vibration. Who's laughing?
It's me. That's funny.
No, somebody like, you know what I'm saying? And because I guess, and because it was a white turban too. So for those new coming into this, when you wear certain colors, it does have a certain frequency as well. So that white is that ruler. That's that leader. That's that pre.
Peace, Moor.
Peace.
Yo.
Yeah, so most of the work is done. I just need
I just need a hand to bring the mattress into my girl's apartment.
All right,
And then just the frame, and that's it.
Where was you at right now?
I'm still in Oshawa. I just gotta drive. I'm like North Oshawa, so it'll take me probably like half an hour, 35 minutes.
All right, yeah, just
there. Keeper said he'll come, but like he has his youth stem. You know,
yeah, it's all good. Yeah, we can do just come get me and we could deal with it. I'll be here. Just link me when you're getting off the highway or something, and I'll come down.
Okay, all right then.
All right, yo. Peace, man.
All right, peace.
Hold on, Morris. That was my bad.
Price, because you have something called favored nation status where they get certain discounts off of trades and tariffs. So what I'm saying is that we have to give ourselves grace, and it goes back to self, because typically when you're able to forgive somebody else, doesn't mean you have to necessarily entertain it, but you got to be able to move forward. So I think a lot of times when we have an issue with someone, it's mostly something that's going on within. And there's a good book you can read called The Four Agreements. A lot of times, and especially in the Moorish community, even the conscious community, again, people are hurt. That's why they come to this, because they've been hurt and they know that system, the quasi system, isn't working. So they're trying to come to something that's naturopathic, and then they come into different roadblocks because the desperation, the fear, people can sense it. Just like an animal can sense fear, there's certain dirty Moors that can sense somebody being desperate. It's like predator and prey, right? So we have that frequency as well. So I think I was listening to that radio episode where the person was like, well, if you can tell me what I could do to get out of this situation, then I'll be immortal tomorrow. I'm like, it's not. What do you mean? It's not like some kind of Faustian agreement. It's like you're going to sell your soul. So if you give me this, I'll be famous. Like, when you listen to people, hopefully they would have the courage to listen to the talk about that whore archetype. You're going to sell your nationality because, if you can help me out and how to get out, not having my license, brother, then I'll be at Moor tomorrow. Like, no, you're on the wrong frequency, sir. And so I think that kind of fear manifests in how people talk. And then it goes back to that correction, and I'll yield the floor, is that when you're providing correction, you say, look, so when the brother asked the question about Moor science step one picking, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to ask you a question, and then he responded, and we can have a dialogue, right? So if somebody is trying to correct you, it may not necessarily be, and Moors can do it however they want to do it. But I always want to ask a question and then provide a reference point, right? But I think sometimes, and Cujo can attest to this, when people come at you with that energy, sometimes you got to respond because they'll think that it's easy. Right? So they think kindness for weakness. So when you're dealing with nationality, that's why it took Moors lots of years. 40 years in Kemet? Like, it takes you a while to understand how people are coming at you, because it depends on how they're saying it, what their energy is. So this is, it is a life work. It's self-guided. And I wish that Moors know that everything that you do comes out through how you carry yourself and what you say. And there's no way to hide it. You can't mask it for long. There's some people that can hide it a little bit, but it's gonna, as my I don't know who she was elder. She was like, people will show their ass soon enough. And so it'll be something where you can learn from it and move forward, and keep it moving. Islam, I yield the floor.
Islam. You got 1 minute. I think it's to the top of the hour. We got like 8 minutes left, so just gonna go on the panel. Have some everyone have their introduction before we leave, and if everyone then leave and a quick message, but we're definitely going to take it to the top of the hour, right? So 8 more minutes before we close the show. Remember, we're here every Saturday from 1 p.m. Well, we're going to 6 now, but yeah, from 1 p.m. UK time. So definitely log in. Brother Kojo, great to have the Mars on the platform. Definitely, the show went beautiful today, and to be among people that's on this vibration, as you can see, the show went beautiful today, Brother Kojo, and I see what you're saying. No, nobody's arguing, no need to call no name, because the vibration of the people that's here, they want the vibration, they want the knowledge, and they're asking the proper questions. So we give thanks to everyone, pass through this show. Peace and love to you all. Definitely full joy on the show today. Rise up, Empress. Where's the today again?
I remember early on in the show, I think Brother Sheldon mentioned something similar about the fact that someone's going through something bad and they're like, oh, the Moors can help me. Oh, if I'm a Moor, I can, they want the benefits. They want the rhythm, but not the blues.
They want the good, but not the bad. And that's the whole thing. You know, like I said, some of my fear is the fact that I have no idea what's going to come down the pipe. But I can't let that be like the motivating factor to sit on the sidelines either. But I wholeheartedly agree. People always are in it for what they can get. And I think so many people feel disenfranchised. But their disenfranchisement comes from ignorance. It's not solely because of entities denying them anything. It's their own ignorance. But they're just looking for a quick fix, you know, and that's not the thing.
The peace, you know, and I would just adding, like, you know, for me, just like my sister Reese said, you know, you've been through Christianity, you've been through church or whatever, and you have turned back Christianity, you can come out of this and come out of that. For me, there's no other life willing to live more. With all the knowledge I've got and everything that I've seen, there's no way I can go back to the type of life I was. And it doesn't matter where I am, it doesn't matter what's going on with me, with all this knowledge that I've gained, there's no other way. And you know, that's the thing about when you come into this knowledge, that's what it does to you. It's change your own essence, it change your own mindset, it change your own every single thing that you do, the way you eat, the way you sleep, the way you walk, the way you talk. It changes everything. And it's irrebuttable, you know what I mean? With everything that you learn, there's no way you can go back to that normal life, because you're gonna have that subconscious in your mind that you can know this is what you're doing, it's wrong, and you can never go back there. You know, so it's a journey that you have to be ready for it. When you go, you just jump in and make the swim. And everything will just play out, you know, as it's supposed to, because it's a divine calling. And none of us on this platform are not just here because of luck, you know what I mean? It's a divine. So we give thanks for the vibration. Peace and love.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to add on, you know, when you get into this, you know, you definitely want to make sure that you secure yourself with the knowledge that is accurate and true to your path, you know. And of course, you're gonna come across Moors who manipulate you. They'll be there to, like, snake in the grass, you know, wolf in sheep clothing kind of thing, taking the information that is divine and just, you know, concentrating it down to its literal base level. It's literal base level. So it's like you just want to make sure that as you're finding yourself with this information and you know, you're listening to that still quiet voice in the back of your head, just know, like, principles are laid out. If there's a reference you're really looking for, the Circle 7 is it. Start there. Decipher there. Chart out in history with your ancestry there and see what you find. Because it is laid out. You know, we in the age where nothing is hidden, everything is uncovered. To I would say, to a degree at the very least, to where you can plug yourself into the matrix and be all right. But you have to study self. You know, they carved it in the wall saying, study thyself, know thyself. That's a real thing. That's a real thing. And to anybody who's listening to this and hearing, you know, anything that resonates with them today, you know, definitely check out rvbaypublications.com. Take your time with this. You know, the hiccups is going to come, but the more you study, the less them hiccups is. You won't even feel that it's a hiccup. You won't even feel it. It's going to be like you're in a truck and, you know, you just, you know, you're going over boulders and don't even feel it because you prepared. That takes time. That takes time. And that takes passion and dedication to what it is that you claim you're about. So just know yourself. Know yourself and you'll be all right. You know? With that, I yield.
Islam, I want to take time to rise up our brother Sid. Hello, your brother. Peace and love to your brother. Rise up Empress Jennifer, definitely. Rise up our brother Sharif Bey. Rise up Malik. Islam, brother, give thanks for your vibration today. Rise up Empress Sanja, Empress Crystal, Empress Renee, Let's see, okay. We're 2 minutes away from the top of the show. Definitely want to give thanks for the mothers, you know what I mean, to bring their vibration and energy, and give thanks to everyone who has passed show to leave above, you know what I mean, and made an interjection, because it was saying, let us here to restore humanity to its highest level that it's supposed to be. So it's beautiful that we can have our brothers and our sisters can pass through, you know what I mean, and we can talk, we can dialogue, and we can learn from each other. That's what it's about.
Can I just ask really quickly? I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask really quickly of Sheldon and as well as Brother Cujo. Could you reiterate your website one more time, Brother Sheldon? You know, I know I was asking for your Cash App earlier, but you talking about 50% off them shoes? Yeah, man.
It's only until Wednesdays. I was gonna send you a message on IG, but actually, you're putting me on IG, aren't you?
Yeah.
I think so. So the latest post has the discount code, and within the description of the post, it has a website. But I'll say it's www.sakinamor. S as in Sam, A, K, I, N as in Nancy, A, M as in Mary, O, U, R.com. And the discount code is all capital letters, FAST, FAST, _50. So fast 50, fast _50, and that's the discount code, and that's till Wednesday. That's Wednesday Eastern time, Eastern North American time until 6 p.m. So if anybody wants to order, I'd say order as soon as possible, and shipments will start going out next week, like Friday. I'll start getting them out like next week, Friday, and stuff like that. So, and there's two ways of shipping. There's the regular shipping, and then there's express shipping or premium shipping, which costs a little bit more. Premium shipping obviously gets there faster. Regular shipping takes normal time. So, yeah. So that's it.
Please, brother, give thanks for the information. And what a Cujo.
And please, sorry, just one more thing. Anybody that orders the shoes, I'm telling you, when you get them, you'll love them. Please, when you get them, if you can, either do an unbox video or something, or post it on your IG page or Facebook page or whatever, because I really need to get the word out so that I can get return on investment, because there's people asking me for like size 13s and bigger sizes, but I need to get return on investment so that I can order new molds, and molds are expensive. So, and I'm paying, I financed the entire thing myself. There's no investors, nothing like that. I saved up for 2012 to 7 years. I saved up every single year, invested in myself. So there's no investors, there's no taking loans from banks or anything like that, because I want to set a precedent of you can own a business and just create enough so that it's self-sustaining, so that you don't add to the pollution of the planet, adding more junk and stuff like that. You produce it in limited quantities, and you produce it at high quality, high detail, that it's beautiful, and only certain people have it. So trust me when I say, when you get the shoes, you'll comprehend that it's real luxury. It's not no template that some people are using. Like Italy has templates where you can go to this company, they'll have a template of a shoe, and they'll allow you to change the material and the colors and stuff like that. No, this is fully designed by me, and it's very well made, very well detailed, and you'll comprehend when you get it in hand.
Peace, brother.
Peace.
Sorry. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, but Akuja, only if you get to listen to some information on your website, withofalah.com, if you want to add anything to it. Yeah, brother, peace and love.
Yeah, willofalah.com, khalifamedia.com if you want any of the books. And you can also go to the Purple Paperclip, and you could download the summer solstice edition of the Moorish guide that we have out here, the Moorish newspaper. A few articles from some of the Moors, some ads, and yeah, keep on getting that info. And another thing, again, to stress the point, notice how good this 5 hours was with the Moors, unlike the nigger channels, where everybody wants to come in here and try to debate Moors about something. There was nothing to debate today. There was no, well, Cujo's a holy moly macaroni guy and nobody else can't talk on the platform. That's why I shut my mouth all day, to show that it has nothing to do with me. It has to do with all these people who you've been listening to that are actually traitors, and they don't want you to get this info. So honors to you, brother Ikon Bay, for standing on the square and staying on the info, not folding when these people try to shut you down. And honors to all the Moors on the platform, and all the Moors listening, and all the YouTube Moors, and all the Moors in the chat muftis, and all that. Peace and love to all, and honors to the Prophet and all mothers. Islam.
Yes, Mark. You want to find something, Mark, say? Close up.
Last thought. Just everybody who's dealing with certain schools of thought. Brother Cujo did put a book out there some years ago on Khalifa Media dealing with Rastafarianism, to the Garveyites. Brother Cujo, if you could please state the full title of the book that they can get, just so that they can get the Moorish aspect, especially with the Rastafarians. I don't think that really sunk in when Cujo brought that up, that the Empress Menen, she was a Moor. And that's something that people just skip over when they talk about, Selassie. Like he plugged in Christianity and Islam when he married Empress Menen. So that's a whole unity right there that people need to understand, and really understand the impact with that, for why he held the Triple Crown. So just to interject that in. Is it good?
Yeah, the book, and I'm here. The book is on Nationality, is the order of the day. Message to the Garveyites, Pan-Africans, Afrocentrics, and anybody else who's in that black supremacy, black power paradigm. KhalifaMedia.com. Nationality is the order of the day, is the name of the book. Islam.
That's the one.
Islam, brother, Islam. Peace and love. Yeah, so if anybody finds the shine, we're just going to wrap up everything. Now we give thanks for the vibration, give thanks for the energy, and give thanks for this moment. I definitely want to rise up all honest to our Prophet, Noble Jawadi, as we keep rising. And what you're saying, it's all about restoring humanity to its natural state. Nationality is the order of the day. And we tap into that and know it's our birthright. So let's not have it and waste it out and keep on going down these channels, which is a dead end. As you can see, we've been seeing this for generations. So let's keep on rising. We give thanks to everybody's past you. So if nobody in the panel has any more interjection, then definitely going to close up the show. It was a beautiful, beautiful show. Feel uplifted, and definitely going to look back to listen back to this and even pick out some things to learn for myself personally. Peace and love to everyone.
Common sense was made before book sense. Canaanland Moors presents Common Sense Quick.
Legendary, bury me in the North Gates Cemetery, February the 4th day, son of Mary, day ahead of my born day, independence of law, makes it another of a lost case. With case laws, we bring them down like Jericho, keeping all my lions tamed, I'm Chris Jericho. I'll keep a mask on deck, I'm Rey Mysterio. Fake pandemics announced over the radio, annoyed with the game. The joys and the pains, I'm Rob Bass mixing with rock the hard way. I was in a lost state, prophets told me upright, brought me to a lost gate. Cooking like I'm Saute, rapping like I'm Denzel. Malcolm X, Deja Vu, Roman J. Israel. And no clue I lay in plain sight, but people still can't see it, so the snake's still showing up. Stakes still high, so the race still going up. Warriors of the North Gate, we not slowing up. Born in the manger, sworn to be savior. Walk through the valley of the shadows of the death, different slavery. Looking for light, the book of Genesis. Astroplane entrances, invoke the nemesis. Abstract images of past lives kicking in. Danger, running for your life. Finishing.
Morris Lamar, key man or oracle. Using Trinity powers, decipher allegorical. Lost in metaphorical, holy books are metaphysic. Facts slap a dirty more or a Drew Ali critic. Calling him Thomas or Walter and get your face caved. Or cut like a close shave. Drowned in my brainwaves, squashed by heat waves. Activating Kundalini. Abyssinia invaded by Mussolini. Selassie I in exile. Reptile in Genesis, Negros appearing real. All I see is false evidence. They are feminists, stomped on by elephants. More like no prejudice, but want Moorish benefits. When you feel the pull magnetic resonance. Apis horns of the sacred book are maleficent. Great cosmic mothers, return to blessedness. No pestilence, ace all the testaments. Tap into remembrance, never to forget again. Use energy right, not put spell effects on men. Wandering the earth plane with no veil of shades. Keeps you a mental slave as the horizon fades. It's been decades since Christian crusades. Not enough rebellions, too many vigil bouquets. Holding on to the fence, burning on doomsday. War ruled by Mars, it might be on a Tuesday.
Canaanland Moors presents Common Sense Quick. What we do here is we add some common sense thinking to everyday situations or comments that may arise. Want to give it a try?